think a lot of attention being paid to issues that I don't pay a lot of attention to. I'm a market guy. All the talk about what's going on in the Fed, once it starts to move the markets, it's something that I think I'll pay more attention to. Right now, I think for many it's a distraction, as many of the indices are near or at record highs. Interest rates certainly haven't paid attention to some of the issues, and believe me, it's something I've never seen. The interaction between the Fed and the administration, it's something interesting. I'm sure it'll be in the history books. But until it's market moving, I continue to monitor things that are coming out in about 18 seconds. Our second walk around the block on GDP will underscore the tug of war in the economy between quarters that are weak and quarters that are strong, import, exports, tariffs. We have a lot of push and pull based on some of the issues of the day. We are expecting this number to improve slightly, and the revisions, our second look at second quarter GDP, are now hitting the wires. 3% was our last look. It now jumps up to 3.3%. But from a comp basis, that would still be the best quarter since September of 23, third quarter of 23. Consumption, always important in a consumption economy, it remains strong. 1.4 our first look, 1.6 our modified look. 1.6 would be the best consumption since the last quarter of 24, when it was well above. It was at 4%. Now, the pricing index, maybe this has more relevance considering all the issues of the day the press is on with the Fed. Well, it remains at 2%. No changes there. How does 2% stack up? Well, 3.8% was the last first quarter of 25. The last quarter of 24 was 2.3. That pretty much gives you some good insight. And finally, let's look at the core side of the equation on the price index. 2.5, so it remains exactly at 2.5. No change there. The first quarter was 3.5. The third quarter of 24 was 2.2. Initial jobless claims have been awfully well behaved. Nothing changes there, Andrew. 229,000 from a slightly modified 235 that turns into 234. Now we subtract 5,000, end up at 229,000. 229,000 once again just dovetails right in. I think the most important issue is we have 250,000 right on the nose on the first week in June. You have to go to October of last year to find a number above 250,000. So it's hard for me to get worried about this. And if this is considered the best real-time evaluation of the labor market, there's no issues that it's sending. It's not sending any smoke signals. Obviously, we've seen slowdowns in other areas, and there's lots of anecdotal evidence. Continuing claims, 1,954,000, another number that's stacked in there. Basically, all these numbers comp back to November of 2021. That's the last time we've seen numbers higher than this. Interest rates really haven't moved much. 423 and a 10 is minus 1 basis point. 363 and a 2-year is unchanged. Actually, I take that back. That is up 2. We closed at 361 on the late close in the cash market. We want to continue to monitor the stories about the Fed, the stories about Cook, and then look at things like what's the percentage of the market and a quarter point cut for September. It's still in the 85%. It's hardly flinched, while all the press is going hog wild over these stories. Back to you.
Your business is crushing it, but unless they've got the right help desk software,
oh man, tickets just won't stop.
Your agents can get caught in a whirlpool.
For more on the markets, let's bring in our next guest, Andrew Slimman, Senior Portfolio Manager, Morgan Stanley Investment Management. Andrew, I want to ask you about NVIDIA and its role in this market and the test of sentiment here. This is a company that trades at about 59 times earnings, historical earnings, about 1.5 times the level of the overall NASDAQ, of which it comprises a substantial portion of. Given we saw earnings yesterday, there's a lot that's been made of just the overall AI trend and what the future portends there. How are you thinking about sentiment and some of these mega trends like AI and how they filter their way into the market?
Sure. You're welcome. Thanks for having me on, Leslie. So, look, first of all, you made a statement that I just want to address, which is you said stock is trading at 59 times forward earnings. And one of the areas.
Historical earnings, sorry.
Historical. One of the areas, never forget, stock prices don't care about what's happened in the past. They only care about the future. And the future for stocks is looking pretty bright right now because earnings estimates in general are going up. And I think, and certainly the AI sentiment and the very large companies in the S&P that are very much focused on this, that's where the best earnings revisions are coming. So I think the stock market is acting very rational here in terms of rewarding the best fundamentals, and the best fundamentals seem to be in these very, very large companies. And so I am surprised that sentiment is not higher than it is currently because corporate earnings have come in very strong this year, and estimates should be being raised across the board and for the S&P, and yet they haven't. That suggests to me that there's a dislocation between sentiment and fundamentals.
So then what do you think is creating that ceiling on sentiment relative to what we've seen with earnings and what we've seen in terms of forward projections there? Do you think it's the macro picture and the uncertainty?
Well, I mean, I can make guesses, but I've made a very successful career out of focusing on sticking with companies that are doing well and blocking out the noise. And I think there's a lot of noise, as evidenced your previous speaker. There's a lot of issues that are going on right now that are keeping people from focusing on, in my opinion, the fundamentals, certainly Washington, D.C. being one. But look, I think this is all very good, Leslie, because ultimately, I would argue that, the old saying, bull markets die in euphoria. And euphoria happens when people are just over the moon about stocks, and there's the fundamentals don't matter anymore, and they just chase whatever's going up. Jim Cramer has touched on this, and to the extent that people are concerned and sentiment isn't too giddy, that means we're not entering that final stage yet. That's actually good for the extension of the bull market. Ultimately, all these people that are on the sidelines, I think they're going to get pulled in. And we will get to that euphoric stage yet, but we're not there yet, and that's a positive for equity investors.
So you think that the return of the meme stocks and the SPACs and potential IPOs with less profits, I mean, that's not concerning to you in terms of whether or not we're experiencing euphoria right now?
I think there is some of that, but when I look at the sentiment polls, it's very surprising to me that there's more bears than bulls. We're at 2.5 years. We've had 2023, 2024, and now a good year again. Why aren't people more optimistic? They should be. That's the norm. So I think, yes, there are some signs of euphoria, but then there are some signs that we're not quite there yet. Ultimately, I think we will get there. And I do think that it's a great opportunity for investors to stick with companies that are producing results, because there's so much focus on so many other things that are pulling investors' opinions away from that.
Hello, my name is DrPaulCottrell, and we are live streaming on Rumble, YouTube, my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and simulcasting on X-Basis. We're going to be going over the market news today. A lot is happening. Analysts are upgrading the sales target or price target for NVIDIA. GDP came in a little bit better than expected for the revisions, and it seems very bullish for equities. Now, my price target for the S&P 500 for year end is 6,800 to about 7,000. I've been saying this going all the way back to April. So, we do have a resistance level at 6,500. Now, the S&P 500 is trading at 6,482 at the moment. Intraday trading from the open was at 6,495. So it bounced off just 5 points away from that resistance level and started coming down again. So it's going to retest today, I think. VIX, a really good number. It's in the 14s. So that's very positive for equities. Euro is trading at 116. Oil is trading at 63.85. BITO is trading at 20.39. Bitcoin is trading at almost 113, just under 113,000. Japanese yen is trading at 147.15. Natural gas is trading at 2.873. So let's talk about some of the resistance and support levels really quick. So the S&P 500 short-term resistance level is 6,500. Once it breaks, then it's going to march up to 6,750 pretty quickly, I think. All right. But there has to be something that accelerates it. I think what it'll be is the cut from the Federal Reserve in September. So you're going to be seeing this. You're going to see this undulation, maybe break 6,500 and then kind of just sit around waiting for the Fed to lower its rate. Because the big question is, will it lower it in September or October? And when they do lower the rate, will it be a quarter point or a half point? 25 basis points or 50 basis points? So there's a little bit of uncertainty there. I think what will happen is it'll be a quarter point. Now, I'm not so sure if it'll be in September. I think it probably should be in October. Why? Well, we have a decent number for GDP. Unemployment rate is still at the low 4% range. I think it's 4.2. And inflation annualized for this year is projected to be at about 3.1 based on CPI data. Based on PPI data, it's looking at maybe 3.7. So it might be better to actually lower the rate in October. But you have all this stuff that's going on with Lisa Cook and Jay Powell and Trump and the jawboning that's coming from the White House. The Federal Reserve probably will lower rates in September. It might be better if they lower rates in October. But I'm a hawk. I'm not a dove in terms of monetary policy. I take the stance that if inflation is above target and unemployment's below natural unemployment rate, you don't lower rates, period. So, but maybe I'm a small minority in that crowd, but that's the perspective I have in terms of monetary policy. All right, so the S&P 500 near term resistance level 6,500, support level 6,250. But there's higher probability that we'll break 6,500 and march up to 6,750. All right. Now, what else do you want to take a look at is this interplay between the Japanese yen, VIX, and equities. The Japanese yen is weakening. That's risk positive for equities. All right. Risk is what we call risk is on. There's less people that are risk averse. So if we start to see the Japanese yen rapidly appreciating close to 140 or below, then that's a big problem, international problem. Now, some of the headwinds that we have to pay attention to, even though the United States is doing very well at the moment, Britain, the UK has some serious economic problems. And if you start paying attention to what's in the news, like France 24 or GB News, you're start to hear about political instability, over-indebtedness, high taxation, central banks not knowing what to do. You know, they have to cut, but there's major indebtedness. You'll hear about debt spirals or a doom spiral or debt doom. There are different terms for this. But basically what is happening in Britain and in France is that the sovereign debt is so high that they have to either cut programs, increase taxes, or default, right? Because they can't keep on issuing more debt because their rates are going to the moon. So they are in a very precarious situation. Now, the United States is teetering towards that. We're not there yet, but the canary in the coal mine is what is happening in Britain. All right, so you have to pay attention. Now, it's a little different. The United States has more resources. The United States has a bigger economy, has a larger military, more economic prowess. It has a deep financial system that I would say is actually more efficient and more robust than the British financial system, but I'm sure people would debate about that. Both countries have very deep financial history, right? And means of raising capital. But what is happening in Britain may actually end up happening to the United States. Now, would that mean that would happen during the Trump administration? Probably not. So there may be this period of time where we're seeing the roaring 20s, the roaring 2020s, all right? During the Trump years, just like we had the roaring 80s during the Reagan years, and then things start to falter after Reagan. Something similar may be taking place, but at a much larger scale. So instead of that transition from Reagan to Bush, whoever ends up being the next president in 2029, we may be seeing something similar to events that were probably starting to arise back in 1929. Now, that's a serious problem. That's a serious statement that I'm saying here. We are going to see economic boom, but we are going into a dangerous territory that we may actually see a depression. It depends on how Britain manages through this doom spiral, all right? I personally think the only way to get out of a country that is super in debt and has lots of social programs, the only way to get out of it is to tax the uber wealthy, to reduce their power. It's not about filling the hole based on revenues to the government. That's not the point. The point is taxing the uber wealthy so it reduces the amount of power they have. So when I say tax the uber wealthy, we're talking billionaires here. And what's the percentage that you do? Well, whatever you gain, whatever your capital gains are at a certain level, the government takes 75%. Now that sounds like socialism, but the problem comes in is that I'm a capitalist for sure, but I'm not a laissez-faire capitalist. When you have uber wealthy, they have uber power. So the only way to have a true democracy, a true constitutional republic that's not captured by the wealthy, is to tax the wealthy, so they don't have as much money to do their lobbying power. So you're taxing the uber wealthy at a very high rate. So if they're 100 billionaire, and if you tax them 50%, there'll still be 50 billion. All right, I'm sure that they'll be able to eat and be okay. All right, with 50 billion instead of 100 billion. But the point here is that you want to reduce the amount of power that they have. Secondly, social programs are going to have to be cut. That means that either elimination or cutting of major programs like Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. Now, what do you do with the elderly? What do you do with the people that have paid in? Well, the reality is that the Gen Xers are paying people that are working today, all right, that are not baby boomers, are paying for the baby boomers. The baby boomers paid for the greatest generation. That's how it works in the United States. So when you pay into Social Security, you're not paying for yourself. You're paying for the ones that are retiring ahead of you. So Gen X won't, so if we eliminate Social Security, Gen X have paid into the system, but won't retrieve. So what probably needs to happen is that Gen X and Gen Y will get a reduction of their Social Security. Anyone after Gen Y would have to be cut off. And what will happen is they have enough time to be able to, instead of move money into Social Security, they can use that, reduce the amount that they were putting into Social Security, and they can put it into their own investment. But there has to be, we are going over a debt cliff here. There's going to be a point in time where the society is told, you can't have Social Security, you can't have Medicare, you can't have Medicaid. Now, what happens with societal cohesion? Who knows? But the debt is too high. Now, this is through mismanagement of the Federal Reserve by inflating the economy. It's mismanagement of Congress. And maybe there needs to be people held accountable in Congress for leading us over this debt cliff. Maybe some sort of clawback provisions that if they made money in the market, let's say Nancy Pelosi, and made X amount by playing off of their insider information, maybe there needs to be a clawback where that amount of money is taxed and brought back into the coffers of the Treasury. Something has to change. Something has to change, or we are going to have a problem. So please help support the work that I do. I give some unique insight on covering the news and other things like your health and wellness and scientific endeavors. But please help support the work by making sure you subscribe to all the channels. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. I have 4 channels on YouTube. I have my live streaming on my website. You can follow me on X and on GETTR. Please help support by sharing the links, making sure that you subscribe, make sure you get the notifications, ask your social media to follow me. I need to reach a larger audience. Why? Because if I reach a larger audience, I'm going to be able to help more people get healthy, and I'm going to be able to help more people manage through the financial turmoil. You need me, right? You need me, because there's no one as good as what I'm doing in terms of you looking at how I'm telling you how to get healthy and how to manage this tumultuous time period in the financial markets. And I got the street cred to do this. So please help support my work by sharing the links and asking your social media to follow me and get the great products that I offer. If you take the protocol that I take, if you follow my direction holistically on how to improve your body, your health and wellness, slow down the aging process, improve your different organ systems, you're going to have a better life. You're investing in your body, just like you want to invest in the market. Smart investment, right? Not just blind doing it, but if you invest in yourself, in your health, you won't need Medicare and Medicaid, because the far majority of the illnesses aren't genetic. The far majority of the illnesses are caused by lifestyle, especially in the United States. The 3 biggest ones: cancer, diabetes, cardiovascular disease. Almost all of them, the far majority of the cases, the patients, lifestyle, or exposure, some sort of like environmental exposure. Willfully or unwillfully. So most diseases aren't genetic. Some are. But to save money in Medicare, Medicaid, and in healthcare costs, we all individually have to take charge of our own body and learn on how to heal it and stop abusing it. If you do that, you won't need these social programs. I remember having patients where people are coming in, they have diabetes and they're having problems with leg swelling and joint pain and all this, and you tell them, you know what? And they're coming in for a doctor, like a doctor note, so they don't have to go into work for the next day because they have so much pain. all right? But they don't want to really get to the root cause. You're too fat and you eat too many sugary foods. But doctor, just give me the slip so I don't have to go to work for a week. See the problem in the United States? See the problem? That's the problem. You got a problem, take a look at the root cause, fix it. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the great products that I offer. Use discount 5 on any order, you get $5 off. And if you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. So let me just plug one product and then we're gonna go back to the news. It looks like the memorial for the shooting yesterday is people are placing flowers at the church in Minneapolis. But please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get structural nano silver soaps, very high quality soaps. Get peppermint, get the lavender. You can also get it in charcoal tea tree and lemongrass, but very high quality structural nano silver soaps. Get a few bars for your household, help support the work that I do, and improve your health and wellness. If you invest in your body, you improve your immune system. If you improve your different organ systems, you're going to age better. And then if you do the proper screenings and get just checkups, you catch stuff early. And when you catch stuff early, guess what? It's not that big of a deal. But if you let it fester and you abuse your body and you think you know everything, and it's okay to just keep on eating sugary foods or not taking care of your body, and you just turn it into one big couch potato, don't be surprised that you start having diabetes and cardiovascular problems and you can't walk and all of a sudden you need a hip replacement. All right. Okay, Russia launched its second biggest air assault of Ukraine war. Let's listen into CNN.
If you want to build an app and have no idea how to code or where to start, check out Base 44. I built this daily habit tracker that helps.
Russia's war with Ukraine is another conflict that the Trump administration has vowed to end, but efforts to do so are struggling to gain traction. Ukrainian officials say at least 18 people were killed and dozens were wounded overnight in what has been described as a massive attack on the capital. An urgent search is underway for anyone who still may be trapped. CNN Salma Abdulaziz following this story for us. And the Russian attack comes as a Ukrainian delegation is set to meet with US officials on Friday for talks in ending this war. Where are we at this point? What more can you tell us?
Well, if you're asking, Becky, how President Putin has responded to these peace efforts, well, President Zelensky says, here is your answer. One of the largest attacks on Kyiv since the start of the conflict, nearly 600 Russian drones and 30 missiles fired overnight at the capital. In some parts of the city, people were under air raid sirens for 9 hours. At least 19 people killed so far, among them several children. The youngest is just 2 years old. There are still rescue workers digging through the rubble, Becky. There was 500 rescue workers and 1,000 policemen on the ground. It gives you a sense of the scope and scale of this attack, which hit residential buildings, kindergartens. It even struck a European Union mission building and a building for the British Council. And both the EU and the UK have called Russian diplomats to ask them about these attacks.
Now, this is very important. Now, the point of this show is to teach you about health and wellness and cover the news and give you my perspective. But I also am a polymath, all right? And I pick up things that most people don't pick up. And let me give you an example. I said yesterday that you have to watch out for the UK because they can't afford to have quantitative tightening from the Bank of England. Now, people would say, but how does that relate to the Ukraine war? They have to continue the war to prevent the prevent quantitative tightening. When you do quantitative tightening, it's going to affect the bond market because the central bank, the Bank of England, bought a bunch of assets. They have to sell them in quantitative tightening. When they do that, it's going to increase the yields and cause the debt level, to service the debt, the interest rates will rise. That's really bad for the UK's government. So they have to have war. They have to have war. So I said yesterday, pay attention to the UK. That's the canary in the coal mine in terms of economics, and that if this war starts to ramp down, you're going to start hearing about Britain pushing more war over there, either within the UK, or I'm sorry, within Ukraine or in the Balkans. Now let's just rewind. This is the reason why you need to listen to me, because no one's as good as I am. All right? Listen very carefully to what CNN is saying. Because CNN is part of the CIA. And CIA is tied to MI6. Pay attention.
Of this attack, which hit residential buildings, kindergartens. It even struck a European Union mission building and a building for the British Council. And both the EU and the UK have called Russian diplomats to ask them about these attacks. That's why you've heard President Zelensky today pointing to these attacks.
You start to create a rumbling within the society that more military conflict and operations have to go against Russia by the UK. That's what you're seeing right now. This thing is marching to the Balkans.
Look, it is clear that President Putin is not serious about peace. He says that President Putin is choosing ballistic missiles over the negotiating table. And of course, the timing of this is extremely important, Becky. It comes just as EU defense ministers are supposed to be meeting in Copenhagen today and tomorrow to discuss security guarantees. There's also further meetings at the White House as well to discuss those security guarantees. This would be a backstop measure, essentially, that if Russia and Ukraine are to reach a peace deal, these security guarantees would provide Ukraine with that insurance if it were attacked again. But Russia has already said it does not accept security guarantees, it's not involved in, and it will not accept any foreign forces on the ground. Now, as we see these continued attacks take place on the ground and this diplomatic effort stall, what we're watching here is a tried and true Russian response. Diplomatic efforts stalling while the offensive on the ground intensifies and those drones and missiles continue to rain down on Ukraine.
Selma, following
I am right. If my hypothesis is right, which it is, you're going to see in future data points more rumbling from the UK in terms of its economy going to south of heaven, the central bank not being able to do quantitative tightening, and they're going to have to lower rates. So the ECB, the BOE, the Bank of England, are going to have to lower rates. The ECB will have to lower rates too, but I'm more focused on UK right now. So the Bank of England will have to lower rates, slow down or stop its quantitative tightening. And you're going to start hearing in the news about the Balkans. And you're going to start hearing in the news about, well, wait a minute, there may be UK involved in more military backing with Ukraine. And it's not about Ukrainians. It's not even about the incursion of Putin trying to get land back to try to reconstitute the Soviet Union. It's not it. It's about quantitative tightening. It's all about the central bank. All right. That's before we go to the next video, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get C60. C60 is a very potent antioxidant. C60, you can get it in MCT coconut oil, avocado oil, and extra virgin olive oil. Now, C60 is 1,000 times, if not hundreds of times, stronger than vitamin C. Why? C60 is a 60 carbon molecule that's a fullerene or a buckyball that has a unique electron shimmering with its valence shell between the different carbon molecules. And because of that, it's able to soak up more free radicals. Now, if you look at a molecule of vitamin C, it can only neutralize one free radical and it's done, can't recharge. So that's the beauty of this molecule, the C60 molecule. It has to be in a lipid. That's why it's sold in an oil. So you have proper absorption. You should never take C60 in a powdered form, ever, 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 ever. But for you to properly absorb it, it has to be in a lipid. So you can get it in extra virgin olive oil, avocado oil, or MCT coconut oil. Take it on an empty stomach for best absorption. Take a teaspoon a day. Now, what's going to happen is that it's going to soak up free radicals, and a lot of them. So you're taking it every day, and you're going to notice that your energy levels are going to go up. And the reason why that's happening is that in your cells, your different tissues, it's reducing the stress within the cell and neutralizing those free radicals, and the mitochondrial health will improve and produce more ATP, so you have more energy for the cells, so the cells are functioning better. Also, within the extracellular matrix, it's soaking up free radicals there, so it's making the ECM healthier. It's also soaking up free radicals in your vascular system, so you're reducing plaque formation, because plaque formation needs LDL to be oxidized. Well, you can't oxidize LDL if the free radicals aren't there. And for your neurons will perform better because your neurons have less stress, because less free radicals doing damage. So your myelin sheath is healthier, and your mitochondrial health in the neuron is better. So your ATP is higher and you're producing more neurotransmitters, so you'll have better neuroplasticity. So it's super important for your immune system and your endocrine system, your neurons, your vascular system, to be taking C60. I've been taking C60 every day since 2016, all right? And some people will also notice that your eyesight will start to improve within 2 months. And that's what happened for me. Now, you will also notice that over a year of doing this, you'll look younger in the mirror. You take a picture of yourself and you compare yourself before and after in a year, and you'll actually look younger. Now, what's the beauty about C60 is it also helps with the basal layer of your skin, where your new skin cells are produced at the basal layer. By improving the health of that basal layer and reducing free radicals, every time that your cells are dividing to produce new skin, because you shed skin, those cells are healthier. If you have lots of free radicals, then you're aging. You know, you don't look as, you're literally rusting. Free radicals rust the body, literally. All right, so when you get older and you're building up free radicals, don't be surprised that you age faster. You're rusting faster. You want to soak those up. Now, there's a protocol to slow down the aging process by attacking different methods of aging. One major way of aging is free radicals. If you soak them up with C60, you're slowing down the aging process. So you get huge benefits by taking this. It's a major pillar of my protocol. So please go to my store, use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you do get a free gift until supplies last. Take C60. It is something that is super important to slow down the aging process and get healthy. But if you stack it with the other stuff that I'll tell you later in this video, you're going to see major benefits of the stacking. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video. All right, let's, I want to listen in on I think they're talking to commentary about the Minneapolis shooting yesterday.
That it's happening everywhere, then we're going to get down to business and start stopping it.
And that's the question many of the viewers have this morning. What needs to happen to stop this from happening again? That seems to be the question posed every time we see an active shooter at a church, at a school, at a movie theater, at a shopping mall.
Listen, we haven't lost a child in a fire at a school since 1958. We've got over 500 pages of national fire code. We can't come up with a national school safety code to make sure that all of our school buildings are properly secured. Now, imagine this deranged murderer driving up and seeing him.
It is a travesty that this happened, especially to young children while praying. I mean, it goes back to what I was saying about the 3 pillars. If you don't have God, country, and family in the society and in your own ethos, then the society starts to fall apart. Your life starts to fall apart. And obviously we're seeing that our society in the United States has written off God, country, and family. And unfortunately, that's a major reason why the society is cracking. Now, I don't want the schools to look like some sort of Fort Knox. What I'm afraid of with the society in the United States is everyone's starting to become fearful. And so they need video cameras everywhere, and they need to lock their doors, not just with 1 lock, but 3 locks, and then, have, double and triple security systems. And it costs money, and you're losing cash flow. Some company is making cash flow based on your fear. But not just that. I remember as a kid, we didn't lock the door. We just walked in and out. It was that simple. It was a simpler time back then. All right. But if you live in an environment where it's quiet, people have higher income levels, they're educated, they have respect for their property and other people's property, you don't have to have all this stuff. But if you start living in an environment, especially in the inner city, where you can't trust people, then it starts to take hold. All right. I don't think that the school system should be built in such a way where it's Fort Knox with all this security system technology and, and Geiger counters and magnetometers and all this stuff that the kids are going through. If you have that in your school, do you really want to put your kid through that? You really want to put your kid into that kind of school? That's a sign that you don't want to live there. All right, so you don't want super surveillance, super lockdown as a means of trying to solve the problem. Gun control really isn't going to solve the problem either. One, we have the Second Amendment. That's in Constitution. The Constitution overrides all people's lives, period. I mean, people need to face up to that. Our Constitution is more important than your life, period. So we have constitutional provisions in the Bill of Rights that are sacrosanct. So gun control isn't the answer either. So where do we go with this? Okay. What are some of the commonalities of some of these shootings? They're on medication because of either some sort of mental instability, or there's this gender dysphoria now that's starting to pop up, and they're being medicated for that. So there's a medication commonality to it. There is a loss of family unit or concern for the country or having an affinity for spirituality. That's a component that's lost. So maybe we're over medicating our kids. Maybe these kids need a little bit more an upbringing that strengthens those three pillars that I just mentioned. So it's not lockdown and it's not gun control that will solve the problem. Because lockdown and gun control, you're still going to have people causing murder somehow, some way. That's not going to stop it. What's the root cause? There's a signal within the society through media, through social media, through anger on the street, but there's signals in society that when you have a young person or young adult that's impressionable and that is slightly mentally unstable, you can have these problems start to arise. We're over medicating the kids. And with psychiatric care, psychiatry as a science is in its infancy. Way even more barbaric than bloodletting. They don't know what they're doing. One, psychological theories don't hold water. They fight. No one has a real unified field theory of psychology, so they don't even know. They're just making up theories and trying to prove something out. Is Freudianism really true? Probably not. But you have whole schools of thought based on Freud or some other psychologist. Then you add in the pharmacology of this through psychiatric medicine. They have no idea what they're long-term suppressing with neural networks in your brain. And what that means and they're medicating these kids young, what that means with hormonal changes as they start to move through adolescence. Psychiatry, they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. Oh, we did this test where, these people that have ADHD and you take this medication, then they'll be able to concentrate better. Okay. What happens after 20 years with their body? What happens when they lose their job? Do they get triggered and start blowing up stuff? Psychiatric medicine doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's not helping the society. And so not to go after a particular doctor or anything, but Dr. Drew is a psychiatrist. Instead of being a doctor, doing a show that's syndicated, why isn't he in the clinic helping people instead of talking in a mic? Because there's a major epidemic in the United States with depression with kids. Now, why is this happening? Economic, some sort of economic issue, instability in the home. Maybe the parents are drug abusers or alcoholics. The stress of kids getting into college these days. I mean, think about it. For the ones that are listening that have kids, you probably know this already. Remember when you had to apply for college? Right? Maybe you went to a state school. Maybe you went to a private school. Maybe you went to an Ivy League school. But remember when you were a kid, it wasn't as hard and as stressful to get in. Today, to get into a state school is like getting into medical school. These kids have to be, you have to have a nonprofit at age 4. You have to be a concert pianist by age 8. You have to, have a perfect score in your SAT. See what I'm saying? These kids are stressed. You have these helicopter moms and, and tiger moms and all this stuff. These kids that are trying just to get into a decent state school have their whole 17 years of life already planned out on a calendar. Well, how do you become a human being by just growing up when everything's written in a calendar what to do? These kids are stressed out. And so when they don't do as well, they're not a concert pianist. They don't have a nonprofit at age 4. They're not athletically inclined. Let's say they're middle of the road academically. They feel like they're a failure. And so it creates more depression. And so they go to Dr. Drew, and Dr. Drew writes a subscription, a prescription that says, okay, we're going to give you, these drugs because we think you are OCD or ADHD or you have some sort of chemical imbalance, blah, 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 blah. There are hundreds of thousands of these people like Dr. Drew that aren't solving the fucking problem. But he'll have a podcast that has lots of notoriety now, even though he was so wrong in 2020. But we can't blame him for being so wrong in 2020 because he's a psychiatrist in a discipline where they don't know what the fuck they're doing. All right, let's plug a great supplement that I have. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. You spend $100 or more, get a free gift until supplies last. Zeolite. Zeolite binds to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals. It'll allow you to urinate them out within 6 to 8 hours. Guess what? When you start to detoxify your body, your immune system gets better, your endocrine system starts to get better. If you don't have garbage in your body, guess what? Your body doesn't age as much. So by taking 3 small drops underneath your tongue, drink filtered water, do it every day, and you're detoxifying your body. Now, you also want to clean your environment because we're exposed to chemicals, pesticides, paints, cleaning agents. When we're at home and we're breathing them in, we don't even know. But you're doing this in a daily exposure. Small concentrations, but daily exposure. They're endocrine disruptors. So you want to get rid of the chemicals that you don't need in the home, either in your garage or in your basement or cupboards or closets. And if you need them, then put them in double layer containers. There are some great containers that you can get at, let's say, the Container Store, where there are lids and they have a rubber grommet that allows it to be sealed. You double layer. Wrap it in a bag and then put it in a container or put a container within a container. That way you're reducing your exposure and you detoxify your body. You drink filtered water. Stay away from processed foods. And guess what? That will allow your body to heal because you're not exposed to as many things that are harming your body. And another thing that is really important is mindfulness, and think that you are in control of this. All right? You can control your health. Positive thinking. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Zeolite. Now, in terms of kids having lots of problems, don't you think that if they have a lot of endocrine disruption because of chemicals in the air or chemicals on the ground or in their food or in their home, and they're not detoxifying their body, don't you think that they're going to have some sort of developmental issue or some sort of cognitive function issue or some sort of behavioral issue? Why is it that increases of sugar content in the food supply in the United States also correlates really strongly with ADHD? Ever wonder that? On top of the scheduling, in infancy, which is out of control. I mean, I'm Gen X. I didn't know anyone that had ADHD. I didn't know anyone that was autistic. No one. No one. Now 40% of the children in school are on the spectrum. But the psychiatrists know. The psychiatrists are better. They know better. All you got to do is what was working in the 70s and the 80s, in the early 80s, and mimic that model and stop this extra horseshit. Right, Dr. Drew? Right?
Reflection on Dell in terms of at least stabilizing the PC business. Keep in mind that both HP and Dell are benefiting from the Windows 11 product cycle. Dell is more commercially aligned. Roughly 80% of the PC sales are in the commercial space. So if HP is benefiting from Windows 11 upgrades, Dell should benefit as well. Now, the one caveat is that the one area that Dell has stumbled is on the consumer.
For the ones that have been paying attention to me in the markets, now the S&P 500 is at 6,479, and there's a big move right now in natural gas. Now, natural gas futures is now trading at 2.94. It was trading at 2.8, 2.7. All right. So now it's marching close. Now, I said that there is a resistance level at 3. See, about 4 weeks ago, natural gas was trading in the 3 handle, like 3.2, 3.3, 3.4. Now, natural gas, I was saying, is as we move closer to the fall season, you're going to start seeing more individuals in the open interest to purchase long contracts. All right, so right now we have 2.952. Resistance levels at 3. But as we're getting into the fall, I suspect that we're going to get into 3.4, 3.5. Now, Goldman Sachs and also the other energy analysts have been stating that in Q4, they suspect 3.5, 3.6 is an average for the natural gas futures. And into Q1, potentially even close to 4. If you put money into Boyle, now Boyle is trading at, now would you rather listen to Dr. Drew that's screwing up your kids and it really doesn't have any answers? Or would you rather listen to Dr. Paul Cottrell that's actually telling you how to improve your health and how to make money? Dr. Drew's an idiot. All right, Boyle now is trading at 28.9. All right, big move there. All right. So if the analysts are the analysts are right in the energy sector, it may behoove you to actually purchase shares in the ETF Boyle. Because if it starts to march to 4, you're going to make a lot of money. Now, with any investment, there's risk, but that's how I'm playing it. I wonder what Dr. Drew is doing. Oh, in the morning, he's probably writing a prescription for a kid that shouldn't be getting these certain types of drugs. And then in the afternoon, he's doing a show telling you how things really are. All right, let me go back to it pisses me off so much with these celebrity docs because most of them don't know what they're fucking doing. All right. Let's listen in on Times Radio. This is dealing with UK faces moderate threat from Russia. Now, keep in mind, listen to the news with the lens of what's going on with the central bank of England and quantitative tightening and how important it is to stop the quantitative tightening, or at least to slow it down, to keep interest rates low because England can't afford their debt issuance. Okay? So just pay attention to this. Now, I have not listened to this video. This was just published 3 hours ago. It's a short video.
Navan is a business travel booking platform that slashes your travel costs. With Navan, employees book their own trips, while customers...
The threat is moderate. Like I said, the UK does have credible plans in place to mitigate the Russian cruise missile threat. However, both the scale of the threat and the consequences, if certain elements of those plans don't work, are pretty significant, particularly if key critical military facilities like key air bases are struck in the early stages of the war, since that could significantly undermine the ability of the UK to meet its Article 5 commitments.
Now, it may sound alarmist, but according to the Royal United Services Institute, the potential threat from Russia is so great that the UK may need its own Iron Dome missile defence system. A report published today says an integrated air and missile defence system is necessary to combat the threat posed by Russia's long-range precision strike capabilities. DrPaulCottrell is a senior research fellow at RISI who authored the report and joins us now. DrPaul, good morning.
Good morning.
So explain to us, what military capacity does Russia have right now and that they're developing that could reach and significantly harm us?
Well, Russia's invested quite heavily in conventional long-range precision strike capabilities for two functions. The first is the suppression of Allied air on the ground, where the Russians recognize it to be most vulnerable. And the second is the targeting of critical infrastructure. Currently, the Russian threat, at least as far as the UK is concerned, is relatively unidimensional. It's a cruise missile threat. So cruise missiles like the KH-101 or the Sea Launch Caliber would be the primary challenge we face, whereas things like drones and shorter-range ballistic missiles, which are used in Ukraine, probably would be less of a challenge. However, in the medium to long term, we're likely to see cruise missiles joined by capabilities like intermediate-range ballistic missiles and eventually hypersonics in a way that makes the threat far more complex in many ways.
What are our current defence strategies, and do they match the sort of military might of that of Russia?
Yeah, so I mean, our current approach relies to a certain extent on the fact that the UK does have a bit of strategic depth that, unlike in Ukraine, in order to pose a risk to us, the Russians do have to put certain high-value assets like strategic bombers or submarines carrying cruise missiles in positions where they are themselves in harm's way. And so containing the Russian threat at reach with Allied support is really our first our priority. However, that does depend on Allied sensors and capabilities in places like Norway that would themselves come under heavy attack. Secondly, the distances at which capabilities like bombers would launch cruise missiles makes intercepting them before launch difficult and strenuous for the RAF and Allied air forces, which would have to rely heavily on tanking to do so, given the distances at which the Russians operate. And thirdly, while primarily the submarine threat would be contained by the Navy, should a submarine slip into the Atlantic, it could launch cruise missiles at the UK from unexpected vectors with relatively low warning time. So the UK has credible defenses against what is currently a primarily cruise missile threat. But in each area, there are certain chinks in the armor which deserve further discussion and then perhaps a degree of attention.
And that's where you suggest that some form of an Iron Dome missile defense system would be necessary.
To an extent. So what the UK doesn't necessarily need is the sort of multi-layered missile defense system that has evolved over the course of the war in Ukraine or that we see in Israel, because to a great extent, the Russian threat right now is still bounded in some ways. It's temporally bounded in that it would be greatest in the initial period of a war, and it's bounded by the fact that the Russians would have to prioritize what they're targeting in the UK, because they are putting valuable, or would be putting valuable platforms at risk in order to hit the UK, unlike in Ukraine where they can fire safely from their own waters and airspace. That being said, there are certain immediate improvements that would add a great deal of value, things like better elevated sensors, more airborne early warning capabilities, or substitutes for them, as well as more long-range ground-based effectors, so interceptor missiles that could make the UK's defenses against cruise missiles more robust. In the medium term, as the Russian threat itself becomes more complex and as they field capabilities like intermediate range ballistic missiles in much larger numbers, it may be that something more like that multi-layered Iron Dome capability might actually become much more relevant and necessary, however.
What kind of resource will be needed to protect the UK, or at least, as you've talked about, the sort of critical infrastructure of the UK?
So at the moment, what would primarily be needed is ways to reinforce the ability to detect the launch of either cruise missiles or the platforms that might launch them at very long ranges. So the primary capabilities would be things like more elevated sensors. The UK currently would rely on a relatively small fleet of E7 AWACS as its primary means of long-range airborne detection, for example, unless one counts allied capabilities. So more elevated sensors would be one area. A greater number of a greater number of long-range surface-based effectors would be another to cover larger parts of the approaches to the UK, because currently both the Army and the Navy, which hold respectively the UK's surface-based effectors, operate limited numbers of Sky Sabre systems and Type 45 destroyers. So both more surface-based effectors and greater range in order to provide more coverage would be the sort of immediate quick fix solutions which might allow for a greater capacity to mitigate the cruise missile threat.
And very briefly, if you can, how much danger are we in if we don't do something like that?
So I'd say in the immediate terms, the threat is moderate. Like I said, the UK does have credible plans in place to mitigate the Russian cruise missile threat. However, both the scale of the threat and the consequences, if certain elements of those plans don't work, are pretty significant, particularly if key critical military facilities like key air bases are struck in the early stages of the war, since that could significantly undermine the ability of the UK to meet its Article 5 commitments.
DrPaulCottrell, thank you very much, Senior Research Fellow at.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the NAD+. NAD+ supplement will boost up your NAD+ levels. That will help to increase your energy. NAD+ also helps to repair your DNA damage. Super important when you get older. And NAD+ helps to protect neurons. Ubiquinol, most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can purchase. There is no CoQ10 better than what I have in my hand. You can't get anything better. Ubiquinol is super important to soak up free radicals, help the health of your mitochondria, and to protect neurons. Your energy levels will go up because your neurons, your mitochondria is healthier. So you're going to have lots of more energy, especially in your neuron. So what's really important is to stack this. Ubiquinol and NAD+ to protect your neurons. But not just that, you're also helping with your other cells and your other tissues, because you're going to be able to repair that DNA damage and you're improving the health of the mitochondria. So please go to my store and get the Ubiquinol and NAD+. Ubiquinol is really important when you get older, right? And by stacking it with the C60 and by bringing down inflammation, by taking the turmerics and some of the other supplements, you're really supercharging your body. So get the NAD+ and the Ubiquinol, super important. And omega-3. Omega-3 is a supplement that you need to be taking every day. Why? Because it helps with your lipid profile. It helps to bring down LDL levels, increase your HDL levels. When you have lower LDL, you don't have as much plaque buildup. Omega-3 also brings down systemic inflammation. And the last time I looked, a lot of people in America are inflamed. And omega-3 will help to prevent your red blood cells from oversticking. That means you have less clot formation. Super important, because guess what? A lot of people are overclotting. I wonder why. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the omega-3. And omega-3 stacks really well with nattokinase. But you can also stack it with the ubiquinol and NAD+. So whatever you're doing with the stack, you're helping with your cardiovascular health with omega-3. You're protecting your neurons and boosting up your energy levels and repairing your DNA damage with NAD+. And ubiquinol is protecting your neurons and helping with the health of your mitochondria. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the great stacks that I have. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. Spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right. Let's listen in on Bloomberg. They're talking, I think they're talking about maybe NVIDIA. I'm not sure. Hold on.
If you look at the last prints, you know, Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, they were all very strong. Alphabet. So we expect continued strength coming there. You have to bear in mind, Paul and Scarlett, we didn't get the big retrenchment in digital ad spend rates that people predicted after the tariff news came out. Everyone was calling for kind of a post-COVID quarter or two, a pullback. We never got it. So Meta, Alphabet, Amazon, all those guys are doing very well right now. Have plenty of money to spend on CapEx and AI.
Dan, where are we in this AI game here? Like, what inning do you think we're in here?
Oh, that's an easy question.
I still think, Paul,
that's an easy question. It's just like the railroads or early fiber optic cable. They're building up an infrastructure, and that infrastructure is twofold. One, code infrastructure, what we will call the LLM, the large language models or the frontier models, and then the servers, right? That's the track, all right? That's the hard infrastructure. But once that's built out, then you're going to start seeing people using the LLMs and accessing these servers to do additional computation to add knowledge to the LLM. And then you're going to start seeing that allowing for more efficiency in the society. Now, in some jobs will be eliminated. Other jobs will be enhanced. The question is, how long will it take? According to MIT, they're saying it's going to take longer for it to diffuse in the society than what is being discussed in mainstream media. And if you think about the fiber optic cable build out in the 80s and 90s and the railroads back in the 1800s, there's a boom of economic activity and financial trading. But during those periods of time, you also have financial engineering. And that financial engineering leads to derivatives or leverage products that when the bubble is burst, the derivatives market starts to collapse and leads to some sort of economic contagion. The fallout of Knickerbocker Trust because of the railroad issue. The dot-com bubble. And we're going to see an AI bubble. Now, when is it going to burst? I don't know. But it always does. There's always overinvestment. It always starts with something that is more foundational or infrastructure before you actually have the real economy benefiting from it. So what inning are we in? We're in the early stages, but the bubble's coming. The bubble's coming. All right, let's listen into GB News, see what they're having to say.
They just saw the results, but what they did see was the sleepless nights leading up to it, the countless hours of tedious work that went in, and the toll it took. I was pretending to be this big operator.
real embarrassment for Manchester United's history. It leaves the team winless in 3 games so far this campaign after a 15th place finish in the Premier League last season. The Mariners have certainly given United a drubbing as well. At the end of the game, they were chanting for...
Just bread and circus. Let's listen to Karl Rove. I think Karl Rove is being interviewed about this Lisa Cooks.
The DNC summer meetings are underway in Minneapolis, and there's plenty of drama over how to move the party forward.
Senior congressional correspondent Chad Pergram joins us now with the details. Good morning, Chad.
Good morning, guys. Democrats are still hamstrung by internal divisions and a tug to the left. Democrats are still relitigating losses from 2024. That makes it hard to connect with moderate voters. One DNC member says things are worse now than during COVID.
You know, I think we're living worse times than the times of the pandemic.
What?
It is just grueling. Many families, whether documented or undocumented, have gone without working.
The crisis in the Middle East is also cleaving the party.
Unemployment is at 4.2, 4.3, something where I think it's 4.3. GDP is up. It was revised to an upper number. So it's like 3.1 or higher. All right. So GDP is decent. Unemployment rate's good. What is she talking about? We were literally in a depression during the COVID. It's just that the central bank had to pump so much money, and fiscal spending from the government was to stop the deflation. It was so bad that oil was trading in the negative. That meant that if you collected a barrel of oil, they would pay you. They would pay you to collect the oil. So really, it was as bad as COVID? I mean, that's speaking in hyperbole. These Democrats don't know what the fuck they're talking about. All right.
Means Democrats must end the legislative.
The pandemic. It is just grueling. Many families, whether documented or undocumented, have gone without working.
The crisis in the Middle East is also cleaving the party. DNC Chairman Ken Martin crafted a plan to support a ceasefire and provide aid to Gaza.
This crisis in Gaza is urgent, and my resolution is focused on that humanitarian crisis and makes it clear that it must be addressed as the emergency that it is. Now, I know that there are some who are interested in making changes today, but as we've seen, there's divide in our party on this issue.
But Martin then withdrew the resolution after its adoption. Martin said he did so in the interest of keeping the party together. And Democrats have still not given up on a plan to pack the Supreme Court.
It is important to all of us that the courts be a check on the executive branch, that they have the ability to effectively do that.
Really? Okay, this is the Democrats saying this. Now, in theory, that sounds beautiful. But let's look at practicality. Every time a Republican nominates a Chief Justice and they go through the Judicial Committee for review by the Senate for the hearing, what happens? These justices are demonized. Their homes are picketed. There's riots in the street. Now, look at the other side. When the Democrats are in power in the executive branch and they nominate a liberal judge, do you have conservative people doing this to their homes? Of course not. So the Democrats have a long history. If they don't get what they want, they riot. If they don't get what they want, they scream and break down something like a little kid. So do you really have above board nomination process in the Senate, especially when you have a Republican nominating a conservative judge, and you have the Democratic Party getting on the steps of the courthouse and saying, you can't have these types of people because they're going to take away your rights. They're going to take away your right to kill your kid in utero. That's what they're saying. That's what Schumer did. Schumer was so worried that if Donald J. Trump has more conservative people on the bench, that he's going to take away your right to kill your baby. Now we wonder why we have a problem in the United States. Now we wonder why. See, here's the problem here. You have the Democratic Party that says it's okay to kill your baby in utero. Because believe me, that's what you do with an abortion. You're killing your baby in utero. It's okay. And then all of a sudden you have these kids that are on these psychotropic drugs and poorly mismanaged because of depression and stressors that have been happening in their life, and their endocrine system is disrupted, and they have gender dysphoria and all this stuff, and they go ballistic, all right, literally. But the Democrats want to take away the guns. They want to take away the guns. Because when you take away the guns, then you have a society that's easy to control. But it's okay to kill your baby in utero, according to Chucky Schumer.
The Supreme Court has consistently failed to do that and has disempowered the lower courts to do that, is something that I think we as a party need to stand against.
Now, expanding the court likely means Democrats must end the legislative filibuster in the Senate. Democrats are also wrestling with their 2028 primary calendar. They could reorder when states vote. The party sets the schedule in the coming months.
Now, people need to pay attention to what's going on with the Democratic Party. All right? Something similar is happening in Israel. There is this battle between a secular movement within Israel and controlling the judicial system, and a conservative movement that's saying, no, it needs to be more representative. All right? You have a movement in the Democratic Party of trying to take over the Supreme Court. Add more seats. We'll get into it. We want to have more power. So we'll eventually get back to the White House, maybe after Donald J. Trump, maybe after, maybe they'll get in, in 8 years, whatever. But they get back in. Let's say they happen to have control of the legislative branch. And then they push, we're not going to have 9 judges. We want more. Maybe 72 judges. They're going to set up a situation where it'll be a very long time before conservative values are represented on the bench. They're trying to game the system. They've always tried to game the system. They're the party for the minority. The Democratic Party spawned the KKK. The Democratic Party wanted segregation. The Democratic Party was the ones that instituted the Civil War. Party of the minority. Really?
And
Thank you, John.
so let's bring in Fox News contributor and former senior advisor to George W. Bush, Karl Rove. Thank you for joining us this morning, Karl. So, not that you're in the business of giving helpful advice to Democrats, but at some point you'd think maybe they should stop televising some of these struggle sessions.
Well, first of all, let me say, Charlie, I'm still in shock that the words Vera Wang passed your lips. I mean, I could see Cracker Barrel, I could see lots of things, but Vera Wang, is she going to do the dress? Well, you impressed me, man. It just went like me, like I'm still in shock. Yeah, look, if the Democratic National Committee started to talk like normal people, it would be helpful to them. They opened this thing with a member of the DNC standing up saying, introducing herself as a, quote, indigenous queer woman, and then acknowledging the Dakota Indians who had once lived in Minneapolis and acknowledging that the land really belonged to them.
He's so right about Karl Rove is so right about it. You see this in academia all the time. And you know, going through clinic training and all that, you know, and in medicine, you were trained to kind of like accept this whole gender dysphoria with the patient, right? It wasn't like, what's your name? It's as bad as how do you identify? It's not what your karyotype is, are you male or female? It's how you identify. And then you got to be worried about being sued if you call someone that is a male, right, by their name. So you have to find out what their real name is, their legal name, and then what would you like to be called? Were you born a male or born a female? How do you identify? And then you have to address that person based on their identification, based on how they identify, even though they may have a karyotype that is XY and they self-identify as XX. People need to push back on this horse shit. And so it gets to the realm of how do you actually do a pap smear on a guy? How? But they self-identify as XX. See? It's time to get back to, logic. It's like time to get back to common sense. It's time to get back to reality. Just because someone identifies as a goat and they're a human being, they're still a human being. They just identify as a goat. Now, I would consider that as some sort of mental disorder, but some people just praise that. And so what you start to see the point I'm making is you start to see in academia, they're trying to wordsmith, they're trying to change the meaning of words. They're trying to create this acceptance. And so they smooth talk it and double speak and all this. And maybe Orwell was right, you got this double speak that starts to happen. And the changing of words in the English language, the changing of meaning. We need to push back. Conservatives need to push back. Push back. Say, no, we're not going to do this horse shit. What's in the Oxford Dictionary for XYZ, definition? That's what we're going to use. We're not going to change the meaning of things. But you have people that are on the ultra-lib side that want to change it. Oh, it's women's health. It's women's health to be able to abort your kid in utero. Now, there are cases where you have to do that for the health of the mother. There are situations where that happens. But the far majority of the abortions out there, it's because of economic reasons. The far majority of the abortions out there were unplanned, unplanned pregnancies. So the far majority of the abortions out there is killing kids in utero. They don't want to say that, but that's what exactly it is. No, it's women's health. It's women's health. Well, what about the health of the child? Doesn't the child have constitutional rights to live? No, it's women's health. My body, my choice. Except when it's 2020. Then it's not your body or your choice. It's the choice of the government and the national security state.
Off on a weird note, and it just went downhill from there. I mean, Chairman Martin, bless his heart, let's have a big battle over the issue of whether we're going to stand by Israel and provide aid, or we're going to pass the nutty resolution calling for an end to military aid. Okay, we go through all of that, we get the resolution passed that says we support Israel, we want a ceasefire, and then it passes, and what does he do? He then withdraws it. Okay, you just bled all over the floor of the meeting in Minneapolis and to get the resolution passed, and then you withdraw it, and that's supposed to unify your party. But anyway, listening to that meeting was just painful.
Carl, you saw how the Democrats have lost so many voters. Republicans.
There's a video out there that I saw a long time ago, years ago. There's a video out there where there's this Asian woman that's conducting the meeting, and it's like a communist party meeting in the United States that's like a fringe group off of the Democratic Party or whatever. And it was so dysfunctional where people had to raise their hand and they kept on saying something like, I want to pass a resolution where this person is saying something that hurts my feelings and I don't like it, and I'm triggered. And it became so dysfunctional that they weren't able to do anything. And guess what? We're seeing this playing out with the Democratic Party. Socialism doesn't work. It doesn't work. Literally, it doesn't work. People that are living in a socialistic society, they don't work. Literally.
Many more, but you would think they would course correct, but you're right. Charlie called it a struggle session. It was a struggle. It's been a struggle session. We're on day 3 now. It's a 3-day conference. But you had one saying that ICE in California is worse than the pandemic. You had a consultant for the DNC say that migrant crime and carjackings don't matter to most Americans. Well, that really matters to everyone.
They're not living in reality. This is the problem with the Democratic Party. This is the problem with these ultra-libs. Now, hopefully the ones that are listening are conservative. And maybe some are liberal, I don't know. For the ones that are liberal that are listening, it's better for you to use common sense. It's better for you to use logic and truth, veritas, all right, reality, and you will be farther ahead in life. But if you want to live in some sort of distorted reality, you're not going to get anywhere. Because reality will always trump fantasy.
We've talked to. So why don't they course correct instead of tripling down on illegal immigration, on crime, and boys playing girls sports?
Well, look, the Democratic National
Because
Committee
if they change their ways, if the Democratic Party changed their ways, they would actually be using common sense. They would actually not be socialistic. They would actually come to the realization that XY karyotype is a male, XX is a female. You can't give a pap smear to a male. They'll come to the realization that late-term abortions are killing a baby in utero, especially with modern-day technology, where you can have a preemie and survival rates are very high. You come to the realization that when you try to change these words in the English language, you cause disruption in the society. You cause confusion with the kids. They would actually realize that they need to come into the Republican tent, the conservative. You see, there's a pendulum that's swinging in the United States. Conservatism is coming back. Trust me, it's coming back. Why? Because socialism doesn't work.
To this elected at state levels and in caucuses and so forth. And so by their very nature, they represent the activist heart of the Democratic Party. And look, they're nutty. Let's not kid ourselves. I mean, we had, let's pack the Supreme Court. They couldn't bring themselves to say illegal immigrants. It's documented and undocumented. I mean, they got a weird vocabulary. What's going to save the Democrats if they get saved is if they get candidates who recognize that they have to go to the American people and talk in a language that is normal and that they have to do things that get the Democratic Party
They can't.
back to the
They
middle
can't.
and not drop.
The reason why they can't do this is because they have moved to the wine and cheese party. The Democratic Party is a wine and cheese party. They lost the blue collar worker. So now you have a lot of these educated people that are in the humanities that don't know how to fix their toilet, that don't know how to build anything. They know how to sip wine and nibble on some cheese and tell you how the world should be. Maybe we should experiment on some of the virtues of Stalin. Maybe we should try to do failed experiments in New York and try to push for free groceries. That's Mondani, the mayor, the potential mayor of New York, saying that he doesn't have an answer. Let's just do a bunch of experiments, but yet doesn't understand the history. This is another problem with these libtards. They don't understand the history. They can't open up a book and see, there were lots of societies the last 100 to 200 years that tried elements of this and it didn't work. So why not you just open up a history book instead of doing an experiment and tanking the society? No, they can't do that. They know better. They know better. The wine and cheese party. So they've created a whole wine and cheese vocabulary. They can't go back to the blue collar worker because they don't talk like a normal person anymore. Now, who would you trust? Someone that is hardworking, all right? That is a person that you shake their hand and their word is their promise and they hold to that promise? Or do you have these fancy words from these wine and cheese Democrats trying to sell you a bill of goods on this fake reality that they've generated? They hurt the society, but the ones that are up in the powerful class within the Democratic Party, they all have mansions. Isn't that weird? They all have mansions. Elizabeth Warren has a mansion. Bernie Sanders has a mansion, and he hates capitalism. How did that work? Nancy Pelosi has multiple refrigerators. Do you have multiple refrigerators in your mansion? We continue.
Further to the left. And it's going to be interesting to see if they can do that in critical contest.
I'm reminded of 2004 which was a pretty dark year for Democrats, and it looked like they were going to be in the wilderness forever. 4 years later, they emerged with a candidate that unifies them. What's your warning for Republicans at this moment?
Recognize that the coalitions tend to come and go, and that the Republicans need to be aimed at, not at the hardcore base of their party, but at broadening the Republican realm, if you will, by getting independents and ticket splitters and people who might be, somewhat suspect of the Republicans, but need to be wooed in order to win elections.
He's right. Roe's right about this. It's that middle voter, that centrist, where they could be a Republican, they could be a Democrat. All right? They want to see a better society, a safer society, but doesn't want the neocons. They want prudent economic policy, not run amok socialism.
(2024) because the idea of 4 more years of the Biden-Harris administration was anathema to them.
Right.
But they voted for the Republicans because they didn't want to vote for Democrats. Now they got to find a way to say, vote for us because of positive feelings about what it is that we're doing and what it is that we're offering for the future of the country.
All right, Carl, thank you so much.
That and a reference to Vera Wang, I think will do it.
Thank you, Carl.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
That's hilarious. please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the foundational part of my protocol. That foundation is the multivitamin, the complete multivitamin. This multivitamin has the multivitamins that you need for enzymatic activity. So you need cofactors for the enzymes to have the proper conformational shape, three-dimensional shape, to act to produce the processes within the cell. All right, they're called cofactors. So multivitamins are cofactors for enzymatic activity. So when you have those cofactors at higher concentrations, your body will actually work better, but also help to slow down that aging process. So it's important to get the complete multivitamin and get the probiotic. The probiotic will help with your gut biome, so you absorb your nutrients better, improves your immune system, reduces inflammation, helps with brain function, and helps with your liver function. So getting a probiotic and getting a multivitamin as the foundation and then building off of it, like C60 or Max 35, the turmeric, the ashwagandha, the lignans, and the boomer boost. That's a very powerful stack to slow down the aging process. And when you slow down the aging process, guess what? Your endocrine system works better, your brain function works better, your cardiovascular fitness is better, your immune system is better, your digestion is better. I mean, there's so many things that you benefit by just taking and letting your body heal. And when your body is healing, the natural result of that is a slowing down of the aging process. But if you have a lot of inflammation, if you have a lot of free radicals, if you have a lot of aches and pains and a suppressed immune system, guess what? You age faster. You ever notice when people get sick all the time, they age quicker? You ever notice that when someone is older, that their skin health starts to decline more rapidly? Wonder why these things are happening? Well, if you target the gut, if you make sure you have the right supplementation and the right multivitamins and you stack them in such a way where you're soaking up the free radicals and you're boosting up your immune system, you're slowing down the aging process. If you just pay attention to that protocol that I just mentioned, the foundation and the 4 pillars, you're attacking all of the major vectors of aging. Or you can just, vote Democrat and just let your society go to hell. All right, let's listen in to Bloomberg talking about Lisa Cook.
Your company's workflow could be as smooth as this. With Zoho, the smoothest, easiest.
That is a huge question. That's the question clients are asking me right now. And I tell them she's sort of like Schrodinger's Federal Reserve Board governor, because if you ask President Trump, he would say she's not a governor right now. But if you ask her and her lawyer, they would say, yes, she's still a governor because President Trump exceeded his authority in trying to fire her. And so it doesn't really have any effective value. But that is what a court has to decide. I think the trial court can actually decide that issue relatively quickly in terms of, litigation timelines, probably within a month or so, and then there will be appeals after that.
Within a month or so, there's a September 17th FOMC. What do we reasonably think can happen by that date?
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance that she asks for clarity from the court even faster than a month with that September 16th or 17th.
So 16th, yeah, decision on the
17th. But, in my mind, the critical date is February, not September 16th. Because September 16th, she's only one vote out of 12 on the FOMC. Last time in July, you only had 2 dissenting votes. So it's unlikely that her one vote would make all that much of a difference in September. But in February, that's when the Federal Reserve Board gets to reappoint.
Now let's think about what Lisa Cook really represents. She's DEI. She really doesn't have a very strong economic, econometric, monetary policy background. And then she did mortgage fraud on top of it. Now do you see some of the problems that the Democratic Party has produced? you get powerful people into position that aren't really qualified or really have the know-how to do a good job. And then you find out that they even do things illegally. Now, let's just take the Cracker Barrel situation. Now, it's not tied to monetary policy, but it's about these DEI hires. It's about trying to change the American society in some sort of DEI utopia. All right? What was Cracker Barrel doing under the new CEO? Pushing LGBTQ or XYZ, PTL, who knows how long this acronym goes now. It's so crazy. And trying to redo the logo, get rid of the white guy in the old chair. Now, we can take a lesson learned from the Bauhaus movement in architecture. All right? So in Germany, there was this movement, the Bauhaus movement, and it was moving towards where architecture was losing the ornamentation, the decorative aspects of a prior era, because it took more time, right? Certain skills, masonry skills needed to be known. And through the Bauhaus movement, especially industrial design, it lent itself to mass production, making things a little bit easier to make. So the Bauhaus movement is not just in architecture, but also in industrial design. If you look at furniture design during the Bauhaus movement, it's easier to make, all right? But there is also an element of the Bauhaus movement, especially in architecture, that is showing kind of almost a soullessness. There's no soul in it, right? It's like soulless. And you take that and you expand it out during the Nazi Party as they ruled Germany, and you had these build out of this like Nazi architecture that comes off of the Bauhaus movement, right? But it's this soullessness, all right? But there's a simplicity to it. It's kind of tied into modernism, but there's another aspect to it that I think is actually not bringing some of the feelings that people would have in architecture with the higher ornamentation in the design, all right? So how does that apply to Cracker Barrel? If you're looking at these graphic designers and you're looking at the architecture of how they wanted to redo the buildings, Cracker Barrel had this old style country look, on the porch. This is what people wanted to see. All right. Many truck drivers will go to a Cracker Barrel, or vacationers going across the country. If you listen to the radio, what do you hear when you're traversing from the East Coast to the West, or vice versa? Do you hear a lot of rock and roll? Do you hear a lot of jazz or classical? The most common radio station is country. Country. Now, does it make sense when you have a family traveling around? Does it make more sense to have the ethos for the Cracker Barrel to have a country feel, or to have some sort of Bauhaus feel? Now, the CEO was a DEI. She wanted to change the environment to be more inclusive and less Southern homey. Get rid of the cracker, get rid of the barrel. What they were trying to do to Cracker Barrel is exactly what they're trying to do with the American flag. the American ethos. The American flag and the American ethos, what do they represent? There's a horizon, and we walk towards it, and we don't fail. We are an exploring country. We do things that no one else has ever done, period. We make it happen. It's not easy, but we are first. And JFK made that very clear to NASA. There's no second place in terms of winning the space race. It's only first. Well, you had a lot of engineers thinking that they couldn't do it and they didn't want to do it and blah, 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 it cost too much and blah, blah, blah. So now what we have is a bunch of Democrats changing the definition of a male and a female, working in this realm of fantasy land, and taking away and eroding the ethos of an exploring nation, a nation of can do. Now, when you lose that ethos, like in Cracker Barrel, you're losing the ethos of the Southern, homey, Southern feel. And you try to just sanitize it with the logo and the interior decorating. You've lost something. You've lost the soul of a company. Just like you can lose the soul of the country. So we need to start paying attention to these things. It seems so benign, the cracker on the barrel and blah, 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 right? But there's a deeper thing going on. It's a stripping away of history. It's a rewriting of history. It's a promotion of DEI. It's a promotion of these people that aren't even qualified. I'm starting to notice these commercials. I think it's for First Republic Bank or First Republic Trust, something. I think it's like a credit union. Now, it's not First Republic Bank. There's a credit union that has a commercial on Bloomberg, and it's with women that are dancing in like in a ballet studio. And they keep on saying, we need to support each other. And so it's very narrow in terms of who they are trying to target. It's like women, just women, right? So there's this battle that they're trying to create. So when you're a male, white male, let's just say, and you start trying to get a job, you're going through interviewing, who do you think is going to get hired? When you have more and more of the DEI getting into HR, more and more of the DEI getting into upper management, are they going to pick a minority that's less qualified? Or are they going to pick the white male? 9 out of 10 times, they're going to pick the minority, even though they're less qualified. Now, if they're more qualified, then they should get the job, the minority. If they're equally qualified, then it's a toss-up. But what you're finding is that these companies are putting in people that aren't very good. And when you're hiring these people that are coming from these institutions that don't have the critical thinking skills, don't be surprised that you make decisions within your company that actually destroy it. Because you have a staff, either in the C-suite or even below, that are stupid. We continue.
Or block the reappointment of the regional reserve bank presidents who rotate onto the FOMC. So if she's not on the board in February, President Trump has a much more favorable stack of governors on the Federal Reserve Board who could block the reappointment of regional reserve bank presidents And as a result, he may have more sympathetic votes going forward after that.
Man, you can get cynical when you want to, right? You can put it in that deep dark hole.
I'm not. It's not cynical. It's looking around the corner, Paul.
Being a lawyer, okay, being an attorney. So again, I guess it comes down to, does the president have cause here, and is that for a court to decide? Like,
well, that's enough. There's so many interesting legal questions here. That is one of them. Let me sort of walk you through what I think the main questions will be. Number one, is the for-cause removal restriction even constitutional?
Yeah.
That President Trump's going to argue that it's not. The Supreme Court indicated in May that for the Federal Reserve Board, it likely is fine. Assuming it's constitutional, what constitutes cause, right? There are other statutes that say it's inefficiency, neglect of duty, or some sort of malfeasance in office, which is also key because her mortgage applications were from 2021, right? Okay, so now let's say we know what cause means. Then we have to determine.
But when they were doing the background check for her to elevate her onto the board, why didn't they see that? Or maybe they did. It should have automatically disqualified her from being elevated to the board. But she's DEI. It's okay. Same thing happened with Claudine Gay over at Harvard. She didn't do much in academia for research in her field. All right, independent of all the plagiarism that she did, but let's just say that she didn't do any plagiarism. She didn't do much in her academic field, but she's an administrator. So it's like some PhDs are more like doers than researchers, all right? So that's okay. You can be more of an administrative type PhD, all right? But the problem is that when she was elevated, she didn't have the chops in her field. She was good at squeezing the lemon in terms of budgets. But when people went and did research like Rollin and was proving that these DEI policies are bad for Black children and that they're not effective in raising them out of poverty, she demonized him. She went after him, tried to shut down his laboratory because he was Black too. You know, he's Black. Rollin's Black. And he was disproving the narrative of now he's a very accomplished economist and came from a background of a very poor background and elevated himself into being a scholar of economics. And he was disproving her. And when people disproved her, she went after them. This is the problem with DEI. If you prove that they're in power and you prove them wrong, they'll go after you. They'll go after you. And so what happens is it creates other faculty members not willing to take the risk of losing their tenure or position or research funds. And they stay quiet. So there's a lot of quiet faculty members not willing to push back on DEI over in academia. And remember, this is important because the academic arena is where the children are being taught this DEI BS before they get into corporate. And then it starts to metastasize. So you got to get to the root cause. And that's what Trump's doing with these institutions. Because the institution's Achilles heel isn't social policy. It's money. And when you shut off the grants, they have a shit fit because then they actually have to start cutting. So what Trump did was he went right after the Achilles heel of Harvard. He went after the Achilles heel of Cornell and Penn and UPenn and Yale. all these other universities, all right? Stanford. That's the Achilles heel. Money. Money.
Did her conduct, or do allegations of her conduct, rise to that level of cause? Okay. Let's say we get an answer on that. Then the question is, who even makes that determination? President Trump will say, this is for me to decide, me, the president, not the courts. So that's going to be a huge issue. And then the last question is, okay,
that question he's bringing up. The question is, should the Federal Reserve have as much autonomy, supposedly, as they think they have? Because if they have so much autonomy, then they could easily be captured by the banking lobbying group because of the revolving door at the Federal Reserve and its regional banks. Because of that revolving door. Do you think that the Federal Reserve Board of Governors are going to care about middle America or potential being on a board at, let's say, JP Morgan, or being a consultant for an investment bank? So who are they really lowering or raising the rates for? Is it for the economy? Is it for their personal benefit? So if this is the case, then if someone is not above board before they get onto the board, if there's not enough due diligence, which it seems that the Federal Reserve Board didn't do on Lisa Cook, you get problems like this, where someone is elevated to a very powerful position that should have never been there. She doesn't have the economic background for it, and she broke the law with mortgage fraud. But they're powerful and they feel as though they can do whatever they want. So now what it is it's this battle between, well, wait a minute, how much autonomy should the Federal Reserve have? In theory, the Federal Reserve should be able to make policy independent of what the politicians say, because if you do what the politicians say, most likely you will have higher inflation. Most likely you'll have hyperinflation. Okay, that seems illogical. I think no matter what side of the spectrum you're on, either Republican or Democrat, that's a logical statement. Autonomy for the central bank for decisions on raising rates or lowering rates should be independent of political persuasion. The problem comes in is that there needs to be transparency. Transparency in its governance, transparency in its swap markets and in its economic thinking on why they were doing what they were doing. Not 5 years later when they released the Beige Book, where they can hide nefarious activities and the people are gone and it doesn't matter. So transparency, accountability, auditing. But they hide under they're autonomous, so they don't need to be audited. No, they need to be audited. So it's really a battle between a deep state that feels as though they are not accountable to elected officials, not accountable to the legislative branch or the executive branch, and the power of the executive branch.
Was removed improperly. What's the remedy? Does she get reinstated, or does she just get back pay, and forward pay for whatever she would have served out? So there's so many interesting questions. I think on most of those, the Supreme Court gave us a hint in May that they value Fed independence, and so they will side with Cook on some of those issues.
So I believe she's filing this lawsuit in her personal capacity. So how does the Federal Reserve respond as an institution?
Now, how many of those judges on the Supreme Court are captured. You ever wonder that? I bet a lot of them are. Now, who are they captured by? Powerful people. Now, the banking industry is pretty powerful. Pretty powerful. Why? Because they have a lot of money.
What does the General Counsel for the Federal Reserve say or do here?
That's a great question. Probably they don't say anything. But interestingly, I was just looking at the complaint. The other members of the Federal Reserve Board, I believe, are named as defendants as well. So it's not just President Trump.
Oh, interesting.
I think Powell and the rest of them and the board itself maybe as well. So I'm not sure exactly what the angle is there. Probably trying to, from Cook's perspective, reach a result where if there is a court ruling, the Federal Reserve Board and Powell have to abide by it and reinstate her if that's what the court rules.
This is you trying to book a trip on your business travel platform. And this is me using Navan. This is you wondering why your company uses a platform that looks like it's from the 90s. This is me seeing my itinerary in one beautiful screen on my computer. And now my phone. Now my watch. I even earned all my loyalty points. This is you stuck up.
James Fishback is the CEO of Azoria, and he joins me now. James, you were at the Jackson Hole meeting last week. You asked Lisa Cook a direct question about mortgage fraud. She's been accused of mortgage fraud. Tell me what happened.
Good morning, Stuart. I was at the Jackson Hole conference presenting Azoria's new research model that shows that President Trump and Secretary Bessent are right. Interest rates are at least 1.7 percentage points too high. And there I see Lisa Cook walking into the lobby on Friday morning. I got my Starbucks in hand and I asked her about these mortgage fraud allegations very respectfully. Moments later, I am escorted out of the conference and I am handed a criminal trespass notice. I am told that if I come back and ask Lisa Cook any more questions, I am going to be arrested. This is perhaps the saddest analogy for the Federal Reserve in 2025. If you question them, if you push back, if you even so much as offer...
Let me get this straight. So you have someone that's asking a serious question. Not to demonize her, but just a serious question. The Federal Reserve pushes back because they want full autonomy. They don't want transparency. This goes back to what I was saying just a minute ago. The Federal Reserve is hiding.
Different opinion, they will punish you. That is wrong and that is un-American.
You think well, there is going to be another new governor on the Federal Reserve Board. Do you have any idea who it might be? And does it force the board in the direction of cutting interest rates more quickly?
Well, let's be clear here about first what Lisa Cook is alleged to have done. A couple years ago, she got 2 mortgages on 2 homes in 2 separate states, signed these applications within 2 weeks of each other, claiming that both of these homes, Stuart, were her primary residence. That is a lie. That is fraud. It is called owner occupancy fraud. In fact, the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia quantified the risk of how this systemically poses to the housing market. Now, what this does is, by President Trump firing her, it, of course, to your point, opens up a vacancy on the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. I'm hearing David Malpass. I'm also hearing that Stephen Moran, who was appointed to Kugler's seat, may actually end up going to Cook's seat. And the reason why...
Now, think about what Cook is doing. Cook isn't denying that she didn't do it. All right? She's not denying it. But she doesn't have the moral fiber, because she's DEI, to actually do the right thing and resign. Because they feel as though they're above the law. And this is even a bigger issue. One issue is that she did mortgage fraud. The other issue is that she thinks she's above the law, and she doesn't have the moral fiber to decide that stepping down was the right thing to do. Sometimes you have to do things that you don't like because it's the right moral thing to do. Now, talking about moral fiber. Fiber helps with your digestion. she's one big woman that seems to need a lot of fiber. She's full of shit.
Is because Cook's seat runs until 2038, where Kugler's seat was set to expire this January.
Do you think the market rallies significantly when we get the first of a series of interest rate cuts?
I think the market's done just fine. I think the market is looking through Jerome Powell's obstinance and looking through the fact that Lisa Cook is a deceitful miscreant. Everyone was saying last week that if Trump fired Lisa Cook, the stock market would crash and bond yields would go up. The exact opposite has happened. It's once again a repudiation of the expert class. President Trump is holding people accountable. In fact, if he did not hold Lisa Cook accountable, that would pose a risk for markets because they would actually question the rule of law in America, and that's something that markets do not tolerate.
James Fishback, you are a tough guy. We'll see you again real soon.
Lisa Cook should be stepping down for a multitude of reasons. She's a DEI hire. She broke the law. She should have never been elevated to the board of governors because of what she did. And then she doesn't have the moral fiber to step down. Now, what kind of person do you want running the Federal Reserve, making a decision if you should be paying more for your mortgage or not? Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the cleanse or the max 35. You take them the same way. Take a teaspoon a day, swish in your mouth, gargle, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and then swallow it. It's going to help with the epithelial lining in your oral cavity and your oral pharynx. It's going to help boost up the thickness of your mucosal lining. And it'll help to boost up the immune system. Super important to take every day. I've been doing this in my protocol for over 5 years. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day. Now, olive leaf extract is a dual-purpose supplement. What does it do? It helps to improve your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Brings down inflammation and helps with your lipid profile. Super important to take. Take it every day. And guess what? By helping your immune system and your cardiovascular system, you're going to allow your body to heal. You're going to have better blood flow. And by having better blood flow to your brain, you're going to actually have a microenvironment to improve your neural health. So there's lots of tangential benefits, positive externalities by following my protocol. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the olive leaf extract, help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. All right, let's take a look at what the markets are doing right now. The S&P 500 is trading at 6,481. Bitcoin is trading at about 112,000, and natural gas is trading at 2.983. It's possible today's trading will test the $3 level for natural gas. All right. Let's listen to GB News. Let's see if we can get anything out of them.
I couldn't afford it to, but I built one anyway. Look, I see that founder doing everything. Sales calls at 7 a.m., customer support at midnight, social media.
In post boxes in the UK from the Royal Mail. These are these old beautiful ones, the ones that we all know and love, the beautiful red post boxes. I'm guessing you've done quite a few of them around up and down the country. How do people, first of all, know where your work is?
The secret society boxes and other things and where you will see post boxes decorated up and down the country, and they're all done independently. So that's how that happens.
Beautiful. I've got one in my local area actually, and it's stunning. And the kids running around, they love it. They love looking at the different things you do.
I don't know. I'm not too worried about post box being decorated. Let's go to Sky News. They're talking about Russia's targets are mostly civilian.
Professor Michael Clark for more on this. Professor Clark, great to have you with us. Look, the air war continues apace. It's getting worse in many parts of Ukraine, with one of the largest strikes from the air of the war so far.
Yes, I mean, the Russians have left Kiev alone in recent weeks, but last night there were 630 drones and missiles across the country, but they went back for Kiev. and caused quite a lot of damage, which has upset the international community who've been condemning it in general. Nothing yet from Washington, but we'll see what happens as the time difference works its way through. The Ukrainians too have been hitting back against the Russians with strikes on their refineries, but also they issued an interesting piece of film this morning of, they said, an attack in the Black Sea.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
An attack on the Black Sea fleet, and this is a drone attack on a Russian missile ship, which is what they say it is. And looking at it, this is in infrared, of course, so the definition is difficult because it's at night. But there are two sorts of missile launching ships the Russians use in the Black Sea fleet: corvettes and frigates. I think that's a frigate. Just the size of it makes it look like a frigate. If I had to guess, I guess it's a Reykjavik frigate, although I stand to be corrected. But those are the ships that are launching missiles in these nightly attacks. They're launching these caliber cruise missiles and others. And so the Ukrainians are claiming, I'm sure, to hit back against some of the weapon systems that are targeting their civilian areas on a fairly nightly basis. We can't confirm this is absolutely accurate yet. We're looking for more confirmation. We've only got this. We don't know when this attack took place, but we'll find out more, I think, in the next 24 hours. It's fairly convincing insofar as it shows what it shows.
Yeah, so it shows them striking back, patching it's a weapon system that was striking their cities. Now, huge strikes overnight. Where are we in terms of this peace process plan?
Well, lots of things being talked about, partly because Steve Witkoff came back from Moscow recently with all sorts of ideas which President Trump latched onto, which the Russians have since said, well, that's not what we talk about. But what is being gossiped about across Europe is that maybe some transfers of territory in these sorts of places that are outlined on the map. And the Russians are sticking on some of them and maybe indicating flexibility on others, and the Ukrainians are saying, well, we're certainly not going to give the Donbass up. And then there's also some hint that maybe the Americans would provide some security guarantees for Ukraine if there were some transfers of territory. And the security guarantees that the Europeans are talking about now at a low level with the Pentagon is a sort of a three-level process whereby an international peacekeeping force would look after the frozen fighting line, but Kiev forces, Ukraine's own forces, heavily armed and supported by the West, would be behind them. And then maybe a reassurance force of European countries somewhere back in safe Western Ukraine, but for which the Americans might provide air cover, ground-based air defense, intelligence and surveillance and reconnaissance facilities to allow them to operate as a sort of reinforcer. Okay. If you say it quickly, it sounds all right, but there are any number of problems in all this, not least finding international peacekeepers in the sufficient numbers to hold some monitoring of the front line. But that's what's being discussed. There's a lot of shadow boxing in this because everyone wants to show Washington that they're keen on the idea of peace, even though they're very skeptical that it will work.
Well, a plan in place to then be, I guess, worked on and developed further, possibly. Let's move on to what's happening next week in China. There is a big meeting. It's a celebration for China at the end of the war. These three are going to be getting together.
Yeah, 5th of September. 3rd of September, the Chinese are celebrating the end of the war in Asia, which was actually the 2nd of September when the Japanese signed the surrender terms in 1945. So it's 80 years since the signing of the surrender on the 2nd of September. So on the 3rd of September, China is having its big 80th anniversary celebrations. Putin is going to it. Kim Jong-un has said he's going to it. This is the most interesting element in a way. 26 others will be there. No Westerners except the Slovakian Prime Minister Robert Fico.
Fico's going,
He's the Putin man in Europe. He said he's going. So far, nobody else certainly will, but he will, I think, harm himself by being there, but that's his decision. But Kim Jong-un is the big winner here because he hasn't been to China for 6 years. He never goes out of his own territory. No. This, for him, I mean, he's been in power since 2011. He's never been part of this sort of group of 26 international leaders before. So it's a big win for him. It's a pretty big win for Putin. And Xi Jinping is bringing all these people together to celebrate, something that's very important to China. But undoubtedly, I mean, here are the three leaders who are in effect making war on Ukraine. I mean, Putin directly, Kim Jong-un backing him up. Xi Jinping pretends he's neutral, but we all know he's not. And basically, this is what Ukraine is up against. So they're all meeting on Wednesday next week in a great celebratory bash.
And we will cover it, of course, in detail. We'll hear your thoughts on it as well, Professor Clark. Thank you so much for that for now.
All right, that was Sky News. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin C and magnesium. This will help with your immune system, your brain function, and your skin. Magnesium is super important for brain function. Magnesium and zinc, immune system and brain function. Stack them together to get the max benefit. Magnesium also increases the efficacy of vitamin D3. So go to my store and get the great supplements. I also have Myotrol. Myotrol will help to build muscle and maintain muscle. It has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans. It helps with the gene expression to build muscle and to maintain muscle. It'll also help with your mitochondrial health. Now, individuals, male or female, that are getting older, let's say 40 years of age or older, it's harder to build muscle. It's harder to maintain muscle. It's called atrophy. So you want to reduce that. You can reduce the atrophy and help to build the muscle by doing resistance training and taking Myotrol. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Myotrol, do the resistance training, get healthy. And by building muscle, you're also speeding up your metabolism, you're losing weight, you're increasing your bone density, you're helping with your musculature, and when you do that, you're improving your A1C levels. So you're helping with your blood glucose levels. Super important. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Myotrol. Now, if you're an athlete, younger or older, you will benefit from Myotrol. So you can also stack Myotrol with Gladiator Barley for even further benefits of gaining muscle. So please go to my store and get the Myotrol. Very high quality product. All right, let's listen to Jeffrey Sachs on France 24.
Drinking warm water before bed improves eyesight almost overnight. Apparently, thousands of people are already doing this every night as they sleep by adding one.
To talk more about this, we can bring in Jeffrey Sachs, economics professor at Columbia University. Professor Sachs, thank you for joining us on the program today. Russia says it's interested in continuing peace talks with Ukraine, but from what we've seen overnight, the actions are telling a very different story.
No, not really a different story. The war is continuing, and peace talks should take place while the war continues. Russia has said it will not have a ceasefire, but it will have peace talks. Unfortunately,
why not a ceasefire?
Europe does not, because Russia does not view that as advantageous from its military point of view. But it is open to peace talks. Unfortunately, Europe, sad to say, does not engage directly with Russia. It goes to cry on the carpet of the
because
White
the last
House.
time we spoke, you said this, and since then, Emmanuel Macron has picked up the phone and spoken to the Russian president.
Yeah, when was the last time that he did that?
A couple of weeks
He
ago.
should pick up the phone today. I'm sorry,
But
he should pick up the phone today.
Donald Trump has. He rolled out the red carpet for the Russian president in Alaska. We saw what happened. There was a handshake. He rode in the beast. Things were good. And then from after that Alaska summit, one hoped that there would be a face-to-face with Zelensky. But now Russia says that sort of a summit takes a lot of time to prepare. But why, given that the summit with Donald Trump was put together in a couple of days?
Because Mr. Zelensky says he must join NATO. Mr. Zelensky, who rules by
But
military
even Donald
rule.
Trump has poured cold water over that thought.
Good. Has Mr. Macron, President Macron, poured cold water over that thought? Has Starmer poured cold water over
This
that?
is an important thing. I'm not a big fan of Jeffrey Sachs. All right? Because one, he rode the coattails of my research on the whole crisis in 2020, which I don't like people writing on my coattails and writing on and not attributing to who actually had the original thought. Secondly, Jeffrey Sachs fucked up the whole shock therapy for the economy for Russia when the fall of the Berlin Wall fell. He was part of the currency stabilization initiative. He fucked that up. All right. Now, let me replay what he just said to really hit home the point here.
Because Mr. Zelensky says He must join NATO. Mr. Zelensky, who rules by
But
military
even Donald Trump
rules.
has poured cold water over that thought.
Okay. So with all that I disagree with Sachs in, because of what he did in prior years, all right, especially with the shock therapy with Russia, he's right about this part. Where did he say? Macron. What's happening in France? They have the debt spiral that is the same issue that the UK has. They can't allow for quantitative tightening. Now, where's the political centroid for the European Union, France? It's really Brussels, but it's really the French are in control. Where's the financial centroid for the European Union? Germany. Now, all three of these countries, Germany, France, and the UK, are heavily in debt. And they all are approaching this debt spiral. They can't allow for the ECB and the B of E to do quantitative tightening. So they just keep on fueling the flames. And if Trump is successful with the peace in Ukraine, the Balkans are going to start to become a problem because the UK is going to force the issue. Why? Because the B of E cannot do quantitative tightening. It's all about the debt and this aftershock from Lehman. We are still feeling the aftershock of Lehman. Now, people would say, how does Lehman and the fall of the mortgage-backed security collapse and subprime mortgages lead up to this? Central banks have a lot of assets on their balance sheet, and they're trying to titrate it into the market. But these countries have created so much debt since Lehman and COVID that they can't afford the quantitative tightening. They've gone way beyond their means because they thought that they could kick the can down the road and just keep on issuing debt. The bond vigilantes are going to eat the UK's lunch.
Good. Has Mr. Macron, President Macron, poured cold water over that thought? Has Starmer poured cold water over that?
I mean,
no.
I think everyone knows, right, that if the U.S. president...
No, not everyone knows.
The reason why is because the main reason has nothing to do with Russia. It's about quantitative tightening. Create a conflict and prevent the central banks from trying to normalize the markets. Because if they normalize the markets, the bond yields are going to go up. That means the debt financing for the government is going to go up, and they can't afford it. So who do they have to go to? They have to raise taxes, and then they're going to have social unrest. There's already social unrest in the UK. There's already social unrest with the French. There's a big problem here.
Everyone knows the European leaders do not speak to their own public. That's why they're all so unpopular. They don't explain any of this. If they explained it, we would get to peace. If President Macron and Prime Minister Starmer and Chancellor Merz say today, NATO will not enlarge to Ukraine, that is done. Peace will come. They don't say this. I'm sorry. And they run to the White House instead of having European diplomacy with Russia. It's absurd, frankly.
But the thing is that this is the reason why you're listening to me, because I give you a unique perspective. You know why? Because I'm a polymath. I know how to build stuff. I know how to heal people. I know how to see the financial markets. Most people can't do all three. Guess what? He's not saying the elephant in the room. It's about the debt at the central banks on their balance sheet. They can't do quantitative tightening. And he's a fucking economist teaching at Columbia.
Peace on your continent. Honestly, the United States is too unstable, too far away to be the way to make peace. Europe and Russia should talk with each other, period. This is the biggest mistake of all. Instead, what they do is they...
He's right. He's right about that. But he's still not telling you why it's happening. Probably because he doesn't fully understand. Because he's just looking at this from a geopolitical lens and not a central banking lens, even though he's an economist. Once again, very well-known person that can't get it right. A professional that can't get it right.
Times with Zelensky, who says nothing but zero on everything, contrary to what he almost signed in April 2022, and then the Europeans beg Trump. Come on, beg Trump? No, talk with Russia. That's what a proper Europe would be doing.
Professor Sachs, so what options does the West have here in stopping this war from continuing? Because as you know, the EU continues to...
Oh, thank you for asking, France 24. This is DrPaulCottrell's opinion. If you have peace with Ukraine, what will happen is that there will be a price signal in the financial markets that will suggest that the central banks will now need to do quantitative tightening. When they do that, the assets that are being sold in the market, there's going to be oversupply. Those assets, because they are treasuries and mortgages, right? The yields will go up. When UK and France have to issue new debt, they're going to be paying at a higher interest rate. So the only way out of that is tax more people, but then they'll cause civil disobedience. And the power, there will be a power struggle within politics. So they would rather have a war on the Eastern Front than to allow that to happen. So what will happen is that you're going to hear within 6 months rumblings of war in the Balkans.
Well, don't call it the West. Don't call it the West. Call it Europe, first of all.
Okay, because
Okay.
they were happy to have the
Europe-
dialogue which Donald Trump started with Vladimir Putin. As you said, they all went to the White House and patted Donald Trump on the back for even re-engaging with Putin and trying to bring about a peaceful settlement to end this war.
How absurd is that? Why go to the White House? It's in the wrong direction. Go to speak with the Russians. Speak with Minister Lavrov. I speak with both sides all the time. There is room for peace. But what the Europeans do is they meet with Zelensky. What does Zelensky say? He says, we must join NATO, not an inch of territory, no neutrality. I reject all of that. We must gain every inch of ground. And then the Europeans...
That is feeding into the military-industrial complex. It's feeding into this idea that we're on a war footing. The central bank has to help us. Don't do the quantitative tightening. Keep the assets on the balance sheet that you've accumulated during COVID and during Lehman crash. We are still feeling the effects of Lehman because of bad policies at the government level and at the central bank's level. We are still feeling Lehman.
Yes, we stand with Zelensky. And so the war continues. How absurd is this? The people in Europe should, the leaders in Europe should behave like leaders. They don't need Donald Trump. They need to speak directly with their counterparts.
Professor Saxon, is this fear in
But
Europe?
professor, you're from Columbia, an Ivy League institution. You're an economist that fucked up the Russian economy. Guess what? What's the root cause of what you're saying? What you're saying is true. What's the root cause, Professor? It's the B of E, the Bank of England. They can't sell their assets into the market. I want him to say this because it is obvious. And this is the issue that I have with him. This is the issue that I have with him with COVID. Because he'll say certain things that were true, that he was getting from other people, including myself. He was getting it from information from me that he was taking and just fucking coattailing, but couldn't get to the real root cause. National security state. How far back did the platform go? Going all the way back to 2001. SARS platform is that development arc was over 20 years with multiple laboratories, multiple countries. Now, who are the two big ones? Well, we know China and the USA. He doesn't know that. He doesn't know that. You know why? Because he doesn't understand molecular biology. But he's a professor in economics, but he can't see the elephant in the room. And that elephant in the room right now, when it comes to Ukraine, is the central banks can't unwind their debt, the balance sheet that they have accumulated. So there will be a war. It always has. This always happens.
Yesterday, they're going to sort of unveil a kind of voluntary military service. There is this fear that Russia has its eyes on more than just Ukraine. Why do you think that is, and where does it stem from?
I think it's so absurd that there isn't actual direct negotiation, discussing those questions, stating things honestly. Why does Mr. Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, say till this moment that Ukraine will join NATO?
That's giving Ukraine
false
hope, unfortunately.
Of course it is. Of course, but he's the Secretary General of NATO, and what does President Macron say about that? Not a word.
This is parochial. This is a professor from an Ivy League institution, aka Columbia University. All right? This is parochial, what he's saying. This is surface level. You got to get 2, 3, 4 layers deep, dude. You're a Ph.D. You're a professor. Wake up.
What does Chancellor Merz say about that? Not a word. What does Starmer say about that? Not a word. Not one of them is honest with the Ukrainian people or with their own people. Not one of them is engaged in proper diplomacy.
So, Professor
diplomacy is not in diplomacy is not in Washington. Diplomacy is in Rome or Berlin or Moscow. This is a European issue.
Donald Trump has opened the door for diplomacy, which, as you said, European leaders haven't done until now. I want to ask you about, statements coming from European leaders, because even at the White House, we had French President Emmanuel Macron who said we must continue arming Ukraine, even if there is a peace deal reached to end the war, and also the European Commission President who says she wants to turn Ukraine into a steel porcupine. So according to you, these sorts of statements are counterproductive and not exactly what Russia wants to hear.
They got to go into a war footing because they have financial problems. It always is like this. It's not a mistake that we get out of Afghanistan and all of a sudden Ukraine happens. Got to have war. You got to have those generals licking their chops going, well, wait a minute, if we have peace in Ukraine, where's our next war? Wait, hold on. Let me pick up the phone and ask Powell from the Federal Reserve. Hey, Powell, we're going to ramp down Ukraine. Where can we go for another war? So you don't do quantitative tightening. Click. Generals, we're going to the Balkans.
Bring this war to a close. Don't make statements like this in public. Sit down and negotiate with Russia directly. Come on. This is not even remotely diplomacy. I happen to know Europe knows a lot about diplomacy. Washington, not so much.
Professor Sachs, I know we have to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us on the program today. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
I agree with him on the symptoms, but he is not telling you what the main root cause is. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin B complex. Vitamin B complex revs up your metabolism, helps with your mitochondrial health. The first 4 B vitamins in this complex will boost up your energy levels because it works with the electron transport chain and produce ATP. And vitamin B complex through vitamin B12 is going to help with your neurons. Super important, especially when you get older. Clarity factor, talking about neurons here, clarity factor will get rid of brain fog. You'll be able to concentrate. And by taking this regularly, you're going to improve your memory. And by improving that neuroplasticity, you're going to be able to think faster and retrieve memory better. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Drink it with filtered water. Clarity factor, very powerful supplement. And stack it. Stack vitamin B complex with clarity factor is a neurostack. So please go to my store, use discount 5. You get $5 off. And if you take clarity factor and vitamin B complex and help with your neurons, maybe you will see the light. Maybe you will see the elephant in the room. Beware of the Bank of England. All right, let's go to Bloomberg. This clip talks about the IMF warning fragility in the financial markets. Ooh, that sounds like right up my alley.
The IMF has great experience dealing with turbulence. You know, there was a period when you had the end of Bretton Woods going off the fixed exchange rate to the dollar and the dollar to gold. That change happened and the IMF adapted. And we are obviously now in a world with big shifts in terms of how countries work with each other. The IMF has always functioned as trying to do the art of the possible, which is do the best you can given the constraints, and done it very successfully. So if ever there was a time for this institution, it's super important now. It has the ability to bring different countries together around the table, good discussions to happen on the in the economy, on the outlook. Again, a very vital institution for the world.
Do you see a risk that it doesn't survive, though, at a time when funding is really in question for a lot of major economies? We've seen China go it alone. There have been questions about the United States.
Firstly, the IMF's funding structure doesn't rely on any budgetary support from any country. So it's in a very strong place because of that. And everything we've seen so far points to all the members wanting the IMF to continue functioning as it has. We work very closely with the US administration. That engagement is going extremely well. But we're also the other 190 member countries that we have. So as of now, lots of support. Of course, the environment has changed, and the IMF is going to adapt to it in this new geopolitical environment that we have. But it has a lot of experience dealing with these kinds of events.
One thing that you've done during your tenure at the IMF is really study the change in the geopolitical relations.
Now let's just walk through this in a way that only DrPaulCottrell could do, because obviously Professor Jeffrey Sachs can't. All right. Let's say France, Germany, England. Let's focus on France and England for a second. are issuing debt. They have a deficit. They need to finance it. Their tax revenues are not as high as they were hoping because their economy is starting to falter. And so they do stimulus and they issue more bonds, and the bond yields start to go up. And it's getting to the point where they have to go back to the population, and they write into law higher taxes for the middle class, and maybe even for the wealthy on the margins, because the wealthy are well-heeled. They have white shoes. They have lawyers. They have lobbying groups. So taxes are going up. The economy starts to falter even further. And the bond vigilantes start to drive up the yields on those bonds. So when they start to issue more debt, they have to pay higher interest. And so the interest keeps on going to the bondholders. And eventually, they start attacking the currency. They start attacking the sterling. They start attacking the euro. And there's instability that's starting to be created with other countries. And then the IMF and the World Bank have to come in to try to stabilize the currency exchange. This is why it's so important to pay attention to the canary in the coal mine, Great Britain.
Including the reliance on the dollar, and that's been a point of big speculation of late in markets as well. How much are you actually seeing worldwide nations try to shift to alternatives from the greenback, this idea of insulating themselves from some of the policy uncertainty that have made a lot of headlines this year?
So we do see small shifts on the margin, right? We are seeing countries diversifying out of the US, but again, on the margin, because they were so exposed to the US, several of them are hedging against dollar risk. We're seeing some of that too. But I think the narrative that somehow something is dramatic.
But think about this. You have countries that are moving away from the dollar, which is a risk-free asset, and it's the cleanest shirt in the laundry basket, right? Then all of a sudden you have a financial crisis in the UK, France, Germany. Where do you think those investors are going to go? Do you think they're going to go to France? Do you think they're going to go to the UK? Maybe Germany? Or would they go to the United States of America? God bless America. Where would you put your money? In that kind of economic turmoil, you'd be putting in the United States. I'm telling you, what is being set up here, if they can't solve this problem by cutting social programs in the UK, it's setting up for the next George Soros to arise, because they're going to be able to short the pound and short their bond market. And you're going to see billionaires being created by breaking the UK and the Bank of England. It's setting up just like what Soros did.
He changed about the behavior of the dollar. It's really too early. People point to the correlation between what's happening with long-term bond yields and the strength of the dollar and say, well, that's changed, and therefore something has changed dramatically. That's not the case. You take a long enough period, the relationship between the dollar and the borrowing costs is, it can move in different ways. So there's nothing unprecedented. But of course, these are still early days. We shall see where all of the shifts in the global economic order are headed, and I think that's.
But if we didn't have a fully autonomous central bank at the Federal Reserve, maybe we'd be able to have our senators and our congressmen and women asking Chairman Powell, do you have a swap market arrangement with the Bank of England? What about the ECB? How big is that swap arrangement with the currency? What's our exposure? They won't tell you. They won't tell you.
the tremendous uncertainty that's still weighing on the world economy.
How much has any perceived loss of Fed independence changed that? And we've been talking about how there's this dissonance between the commentary by a lot of analysts and economists about the fear of some sort of loss of independence and then a lack of market reaction that we would kind of expect on the other side. Are you seeing any shifts that maybe are less visible?
I think everybody agrees that this would be markets and economic professionals, policymakers, everybody agrees that central bank independence is critical, monetary policy independence is critical. So if we are not seeing much...
But they should be audited. They should be transparent. I want to know if they have a swap arrangement with the ECB and the Bank of England. What's our risk exposure? Is the Federal Reserve actually propping up the Bank of England? Maybe. Maybe. Why? Jeffrey Sachs. Maybe that's the reason why they're coming to the White House. Wink, wink.
Market reaction, it must be that people think that, well, that independence is still intact. That independence has been critical to bring down inflation from the high levels we saw post-pandemic. Inflation expectations were anchored. Because of that, inflation came down. So I don't think there's any ifs and buts about that. It must be that everybody still believes that independence, especially operational independence in terms of setting monetary policy rates, will be maintained.
So you reject the idea that the market's just somehow ignoring or we...
Such independence, but they can't really sell their balance sheet because it would blow up the economy. Because Lehman and COVID were so big that literally these banks can't unwind the toxic assets. It's almost like central banks stopped being central banks. They ended up being almost like nuclear toxic dumps for the financial market.
Or something like that. You think the market's speaking and that we should listen to the market?
No, I just think that everybody at this point is functioning under the fog of uncertainty. I mean, there's really a lot of information thrown out there. Separating the wheat from the chaff, it's not that easy. And so I think everybody is on wait and see mode. And right now, at least, of course, I think that the markets are putting very, very low probability on any big negative event. That may be excessive. I think there's more to worry about than what the markets are showing right now. But again, we should have to wait and see.
Indeed, so let's put some of these things together. If you look at developments in the UK, in France, the inability to address fiscal concerns and find that additional fiscal space, the latest developments here in America as well. Are you witnessing, do you think we're witnessing a convergence between the kind of dynamics we typically see in EM with DM? Yes. And do you think those terms are useful anymore in quite the same way?
That is a great question. That finally someone actually, the developing nations have reached a level of debt where they are mismanaging just like in an emerging market. And there is going to be a fat tail event that's coming. Now, I can't tell you exactly what day, I can't tell you what year, but it's coming. It's coming. And UK cannot fix its problem. That's the thing. They can't fix the problem unless they cut off the social programs. And if they cut off the social programs, you're going to have major political instability. They can't solve the problem. So in the long run, betting against the Bank of England is a good bet. Betting against the bond market for the developed nations, for the UK and for the individual countries within the EU is a smart move. Now the question is, will that create a contagion into the United States? Will that, because it's affecting markets so much that will it bring the United States down? Now, we're betting that we're going to have growth because of AI. growth because of economic clustering and bringing back manufacturing. So as the economies start to falter because of mismanagement in the EU and in England, and we do see these productivity gains and a growth in our economy based on the economic clustering, then we'll probably weather the storm. But what if AI doesn't bring the efficiency that is promised? What if the economic clustering doesn't come back to the United States? Then you're seeing the United States falling in the same debt trap as England. Now, with these other countries, they don't have a chance to benefit from the potentiality of this economic clustering and AI effect in the United States because of the mismanagement of their markets because of socialism. So we are the best dirty shirt in the laundry room, right? But the question is, will we have the luck to be able to weather the storm when they will have their economic collapse? This is going to happen. It's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen next week, but it's going to start tremoring. It's going to be a tremor, all right? And with these tremors, it'll get more violent and more violent and more violent and more violent. And it get to the point where there's going to be a war. There's a real war, not a metaphorical war.
We have certainly moved away from the case of advanced economies, rich economies can keep increasing their debt, which is what's projected to happen, and there's not much to worry about. I think we're certainly past that. Major economies are beginning to worry about what's happening to their yields. You're seeing that. It's a major concern in France right now as we speak. But even in the US, long-term yields are basically back to pre-GFC level. We are away from the world of big global savings glut, away from the world of central banks buying large amounts of government assets. So I think it would be really complacent for any government, rich or poor, to say that, well, no, our debt will always be bought. And I think one point I want to make is that we talk about resilience for the global economy, which has been really the positive of these last many years, despite all these shocks. But we should recognize that the reason we've seen resilience is because we haven't had a financial crisis, despite the pandemic, despite wars, despite geoeconomic fragmentation, despite Fed rates going up very sharply. We've not had a financial crisis. That doesn't mean that that will never happen. We have very high levels of debt around the world. I think bond markets are in a fragile place. You have valuations in equity markets that are sky high. So I would say tread carefully, because if you do have a financial crisis, we know the scarring that comes from that is long lasting.
And when you talk about a financial crisis, some people were wondering what.
It's generational when that happens. We're still feeling the effects of Lehman.
Potentially triggered. Are you saying that the sovereign debt market of developed markets is of the greatest concern at this point?
I mean, usually when you get a financial crisis, it's a combination of events that can trigger it, right? And so if you have multiple markets that seem to be in a vulnerable position, you could end up with a negative event, right? And so the bond market.
This is what I mean by the contagion. There's contagion because of the conductivity of these different markets. The question is will we be able to weather that storm? We're going to get a storm hitting the United States shores, all right? Even though it started in Europe. The question is, will we be in a better position to be able to weather it? But if it's bad, this means that this is going to lead to, if you look at all wars, you think wars just happen because of peace and prosperity? All right? You know, you're in this era where there's lots of peace and prosperity, and just have a war? No. Usually there's something going on economically that's happening. Or resources, a lack of resources, or something that is the reason for the war. And this is the point I'm making, is that this will lead to another war. And we're not talking a proxy war here, like Ukraine. Ukraine's a proxy war between Western powers and Russia. That's a proxy war. We're talking like something big.
And fragility associated with that, equity valuations that are very high. Yes, there's a promise that maybe AI will truly transform the world, but as we know from the dot-com bust, even a technology like the internet that did transform the world went through a boom-bust cycle.
Yep.
So that combination, non-bank financial institutions, we've never had a crisis while they've been as
right. This goes back to what I was saying a couple of videos ago about the private equity and the private debt industry that's starting to balloon out, and that they're trying to have provisions where you can even invest in private equity for your 401k, which I think is stupid. They're non-banking institutions that aren't regulated. So they act like a bank, but they're not regulated. All right? Now, nothing's going to happen out of that. When you have, like I was saying earlier in this broadcast, when you have a technology build out and you have growth from that build out, eventually there's a bust cycle. But within that bust cycle, there is a leveraging mechanism, a financial engineering mechanism that starts to take place that leads to more probability and more severity of the decline. Now, in this economic boom cycle, it's the non-banks that you got to worry about. The private equity, the private credit. Those are the financial engineering instruments with this AI build out. The AI build out will bust, the financial leveraging will collapse, and then all of a sudden you start having a major crisis, economic crisis. But you've got the area within Europe where there's this conflict, the amount of blood that has been spilled over the centuries, going back and forth in this region, is phenomenal. All right? Now think about it. How many people are in the world today? 9 billion? Seems like a lot. You ever wonder how many people were ever born in the world? Cumulatively? It's anywhere from 80 to 100 billion people. So think about that. 9 billion? But think about how many people have ever lived. Almost 100 billion? Now, not everyone died from war, but a lot did. And a lot did in Europe.
As they are right now, the amount of corporate borrowing that's happening with NBFIs much higher than pre-2019. So there's a lot that looks stretched at this moment. And at the same time, I think the world economy is gambling with all kinds of new policies. So I would say tread carefully, make sure that financial supervision regulation is continued, see what needs to be done with NBFIs, what's the appropriate level of supervision and regulation that's required over there. All of that is going to be very important.
So you're leaving the IMF and you're going back to Harvard, a university that you've known very well. What are you going to be doing there, and how important is it for you to really get this sense back in the economics profession of pure research and true rigor versus some of the politicization that we've seen recently?
So I think the reason that the economics profession has been able to contribute so well over these last few years is because in the face of unprecedented shocks, you really need to go back to some of your training to figure out how you're going to respond to a pandemic that you haven't seen in 100 years or war in Europe, right? So having that base of knowledge is very important. But at the same time, I think the economics profession has to recognize that there is something of a trust deficit, especially with mainstream economists, and how do we get over that? There's broad consensus in the economic profession that open trade, central bank independence, super important. Those are the crown jewels for good economic policy. And yet the policy direction is away from that. So I think there is absolutely some bit of soul searching, some bit of stepping back and asking yourself, how do you solve this trust deficit? How do you make sure this, in this new world of communication, that the good ideas still come true?
If you listen to her very carefully, she is saying exactly what I'm saying. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the digestive enzyme complex. This will help with your pancreatic health. It's going to reduce the load on your pancreas. It'll allow you to digest your food, carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. You'll be able to absorb those nutrients easier. This will also help if you're an athlete, because it'll help you to break up your pre or post-workout fuel source. If this was available when I was in triathlons back in my 20s and 30s, I would have been taking this as an athlete, but I didn't have it. But the whole point here is that if you're older, you need to start taking care of your pancreas. No matter if you're healthy or not healthy, right? Your pancreatic health is super important. Why? Because you don't want to turn into Steve Jobs, right? He's dead as a doornail. You know why? Because of his pancreas. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the digestive enzyme complex. Now, Goodnight Formula has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower for you to be in those 3 to 5 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep. So you're detoxifying your central nervous system, you're well rested when you wake up, and you're consolidating memory. Chronic sleep deprivation can lead to early onset of dementia because you're not detoxifying your body. You're not consolidating memory when you're not sleeping well. Also, when you sleep well, you're slowing down the aging process. All right? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Goodnight Formula. Very high quality supplement. Resveratrol. Been taking it for multiple decades. I must have said that 1,000 times already on my shows. All right? But I've been taking it for decades. Resveratrol stacks really well for with C60, Clarity Factor, NAD+, ubiquinol, the Goodnight Formula. Resveratrol will help with youthful gene expression, get rid of cells that need to go into apoptosis. Because when you have cells that are in senescence, they just sit there and collect garbage. You want to get rid of them, all right? Resveratrol helps you with that. Resveratrol also helps with the health of the mitochondria because it's an antioxidant. So your energy levels will go up. The health of your mitochondria will go up. Take resveratrol, and again, to get the max benefits of resveratrol, stack it with some of the items that I just mentioned. So please go to my store, get the resveratrol, the Goodnight Formula, and the digestive enzyme complex. Take care of that pancreas, all right? A lot of people underestimate the real importance of your pancreas, right? You hear lots of people when they get older, they start having pancreatic problems, all right? So pay attention. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I want you healthy, all right? It's in your power, and we all benefit from it. If you're healthy, and your next door neighbor is healthy, and their next door neighbor is healthy, and the community is healthier, the cost of healthcare goes down. The society is more productive. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, let's listen into Balance of Power from Bloomberg.
Designed to hurt rather than to improve the public's health. How about that? Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the Secretary of Health and Human Services, showed up on Fox to talk about this morning. Here he is.
So we need to look at the priorities of the agency. If there's really a deeply, deeply embedded, I would say, malaise at the agency. And we need strong leadership that will go in there and that will be able to execute on President Trump's broad ambitions.
A malaise at the agency. He says the CDC is not sufficiently aligned with the president's agenda, thus the overhaul, as we assemble our political panel for their take. Judy Shanzano is here, Bloomberg Politics contributor, democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center.
It's really important, though, to remind the audience, the CDC is a revolving door for the boardroom of Big Pharma, right?
Look at this more broadly as an administration that's in the process of trying to fire a number of individuals that it may not have the authority or the grounds to fire them on. Is the head of the CDC out of a job or not?
Oh, it sure sounds like it, Joe. I mean, and you know, look, for all of these positions, they do serve at the pleasure of the president. As much as the Federal Reserve is a little bit different than the CDC, this particular nominee is one that was offered up by the administration as someone that would be the mouthpiece for the voice of the HHS and of the president. And it sounds as if that she is in contrast with the voice and the thoughts and the policies that the administration is hoping to advance. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that I agree or disagree with how that is how they're proceeding here, but it sounds to me like the CDC is about to have a pretty big overhaul as it relates to leadership.
Yep, that's for sure. And RFK Jr., we have learned is going to be testifying. Was it what day next week, James? Senate Finance Committee. I can't remember which day it will be, but he's going to be testifying with some pretty hard questions, Jeannie. The way this played out, by the way, White House said that Monterez had been fired as head of the CDC. Her lawyers said, no, she hasn't, accused RFK Jr. of weaponizing public health for political gain, insisting that only the president himself can fire the CDC chief. HHS then announced Monterez is no longer director of the Centers for Disease Control.
For the ones that are paying attention to the markets here, all right, pay attention to the S&P 500. It's trading at 6,494. There's a resistance level of 6,500. We might be bouncing off of that. And also pay attention to natural gas. It's right just under the resistance level of $3 per million British thermal units. So it's trading at 2.999, right? So we're going to see if it breaks the 3.
Make any big decisions like this without consultation. So I do think the Senate will exercise some oversight. We've heard more from Democrats, asking for that oversight. But beyond that, whether the president can do this or not, yes, the president can do it. As far as we know, he hasn't done it yet. You can't fire somebody by tweet, by a lower level of person. It has to be the president. But beyond that, what we're seeing is something deeply concerning. And that is an attack on science. That is an attack on evidence-based decision-making. That is an attack on the experts that we all depend on for ourselves and our families to make decisions. And I'm so glad you read from the resignation letter by Dr. Dimitri. We have now lost in just the last few hours 5 top senior level scientists and public officials who resigned in protest. And what he says is scathing, including the fact that RFK, the secretary, has not consulted them on any of these decisions. And let's not forget, we are just weeks out from what we understand will be a report connecting autism to vaccines by somebody.
Unfortunately, because of the censorship on YouTube, I can't keep on playing this fucking crap. All right? It's so, it pisses me off. I want to be totally unfettered. But because of YouTube, all right, I can't tell you how to improve your health and talk about the big issue about inoculations and the scheduling problems, especially in pediatrics. All right? Now, you got to pay attention to the way I use words because you got to read in between the lines, all right? But the thing is that it's sad that I can't even play something that's being played on Bloomberg without getting medical misinformation strikes on YouTube. Because I'm telling you actually how to solve the problem. My research at Harvard was actually how to prevent autoimmune disorders. How to bring down the titer level by, all right, when you get an inoculation, you get titers, right? Titers are the concentrations of your antibodies. Well, there's a way to actually get that going down. And so it's all about bringing down inflammation. It's all about bringing down the titer level. Because if you bring down the titer level, you have less issue with tissue destruction from the antibody. Oh. But Dr. Drew is, he knows better. The psychiatrist. Now, I'm gonna. It's a shame that I can't play it because I'll get a strike on this channel. It's fucking bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. What's going on YouTube? All right, let's shift over to something a little bit more benign for YouTube. All right, this was by this is NBC. This is about Trump's 50% tariff on India.
Your teams can adapt approved content with block templates and commercially safe AI.
And welcome back. President Trump's sweeping tariff hike on imports from India officially took effect today, with goods from the country now facing a 50% levy, one of the highest in the president's tariff toolkit. The rate was initially set at 25%, but was doubled to punish the country for purchasing Russian oil, as the White House tries to ramp up pressure on the Kremlin economically to reach a peace deal with Ukraine. Here's national. Let me just
pivot to a little bit of an insight with what Bloomberg is saying about RFK Jr. and the CDC. All right, we have lobbying of the CDC through Big Pharma, and people that get into the CDC eventually either are coming from Big Pharma or are going to Big Pharma after they leave the CDC. So there's this revolving door. So they get very powerful positions on the board of these Big Pharma companies. Well, if they help with pushing certain types of drugs that are going to be approved by the FDA or the CDC or whatever, right? So this problem is also in the FDA. The CDC and the FDA are two different organizations, but the problem is the same, all right? If you do things to help the Big Pharma out, it'll help you in terms of getting a better position on the board. On top of it, there is this capturing effect where, especially with the financial markets, they need the new drug that's going to be approved by the FDA, right? Or the CDC decides to change the scheduling to ramp up more inoculations for pediatrics. And so Big Pharma stocks will continue to go up. So there's an incentive to just believe the science, even though maybe there's no placebo in the research, all right? So there's the big problem, is that the financial markets are in bed, right, with the problem. They want to keep the stocks keep on going up for Big Pharma, and Big Pharma is in lots of pensions, so it affects people's retirement savings. So this thing's way bigger than just the scheduling problem with pediatrics. I digress. Sorry about that.
Earlier today.
And the bottom line is that we've had long trade negotiations with India. They haven't been particularly productive, and so it's still a work in progress to see where it's going to end up. But it's part of a program to put pressure on Russia to get a peace deal.
Well, the U.S. and India have yet to reach a bilateral trade deal despite holding 5 rounds of negotiations. Joining me now is NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chang and NBC News correspondent Danielle Hamanjan. Thank you both so much for joining me. Brian, I want to start with you. What effect can we expect that this tariff increase will have on the economy and the cost of goods?
Well, again, certainly going up from 25% to 50% is going to mean more staggering price increases on the many things that we bring in from India. This is not necessarily one of our top 5 trading partners, but as one of the more significant, especially fast-growing economies in the world, there are a number of imports that we get from India that now could be subject to these tariffs. When you think about things like textiles, electronics, machinery, as well as gems and jewelry. But I do want to point out there are 2 things that are not on this list that are worth mentioning as well. These are major exports from India to the United States, and that's pharmaceutical products as well as smartphones. So many drugs are made in India at a generic level, and the iPhone in many cases is made in India and then shipped to the United States. Those will not be subject to the 50% tariffs, and I want to point out that is because not necessarily of negotiations with India, but because of separate industry-specific tariffs that the Commerce Department is weighing on both of those industries, meaning that tariffs could be coming later, but they are not part of the tariffs that are being applied today.
You know, Brian, I heard the White House officials say that the president is always open to striking new deals, but really, are trade negotiations between the U.S. and India still ongoing? Could we see a reversal of this high tariff rate?
Yeah, we'll have to see. But what we do know is that the administration is clearly not happy with India's purchasing of oil from Russia. That is kind of what sparked this whole thing, where the president a few weeks ago said, all right, well, if they don't stop those oil purchases, we're going to ratchet up the tariff rate from 25 to 50%. So whether or not those conversations are ongoing remain to be seen. Apparently, there were these reported summits that were supposed to take place in India with their U.S. counterparts. That did not happen this weekend. That's why we are here where we are now with the tariff rates having gone up to 50%. But as you point out, and as you've been covering, Gabe, the administration is seemingly always open to negotiations. So how long these are in effect is kind of the next question now that these are put into effect.
So higher tariffs on India, but as of now, no more economic sanctions on Russia anyway. Well, Brian, the U.S. has for years been working to improve relations with India as it sought to mitigate the rise of China. So does this tariff hike risk pushing India closer to China?
Yeah, well, look, when we talk about a lot of these trade negotiations, I think that we have a tendency to talk about things bilaterally, the United States and India buying things from Russia. But we have to remember that the entire trade network is extremely complex. And I think when we talk about India's relationship with China, it is within the context of what they're doing with Russia as well, because they're part of this economic alliance known as BRICS. It's an acronym that stands for Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. And by the way, even though those are the 5 nations that make up that acronym, there are a number of other countries around the world that align themselves with BRICS as well, seeing themselves as kind of these developing countries that can help each other out in lockstep. So to your point, yes, if negotiations with the United States don't end up in a good place, well, yes, India could just further tighten its already strong economic relationship with China, which again is part of an extension of the relationship that they have with Russia, with Brazil, with these other countries. And that's another reason why, by the way, another country that also faces 50%, it is Brazil. The BRICS relationship is very much a part of this.
Brian, Sean, thank you so much. And Danielle, I want to turn to you. We just heard, as we mentioned, from White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett that this tariff hike is part of a pressure campaign on Russia to get a peace deal with Ukraine. Now, are there any signs from Russia that this will actually push them any closer to a deal?
Yeah, great question. And I suppose part of the answer depends on what India decides to do next. Russian officials have said in the last few days that they expect India to continue to buy Russian oil. We've heard also from the Russian trade representative in India in the past few days, and he says, and I quote here, definitely there are some mechanisms on how to continue to supply the supply of crude oil. From the Ukrainian perspective, Zelensky is clear. He says that Russia has given absolutely no signals that they want to stop this war. In fact, they are continuing this war, he says, because they want to avoid negotiations, and that can only change with strong sanctions and tariffs, which we're starting to see now.
Yeah, and Danielle, of course, we saw those high-profile meetings between Trump and Putin in Alaska, and then Trump and European leaders here in Washington over the last few weeks. But as you said, peace talks seem to have currently stalled. At least, we really haven't seen much movement. Now, the Ukrainian government reported today that Russian troops have pushed into a new region of Ukraine. What can you tell us about that?
The Ukrainian military has acknowledged that the Russians have entered for the very first time the region of Dnipropetrovsk. This is a key area in the country. To the east, you've got Donetsk, which of course is occupied by Russia, and it's been reported, of course,
that Putin told Trump that he would end the war if the Ukrainian leader, Volodymyr Zelensky, gave up the areas he still controls, or Ukraine still controls, in Donetsk. Now, the Ukrainians claim the Russian forces have not managed to gain a foothold in this region that they've now entered, and that there is currently a lot of fighting going on. So we'll see how this unfolds in the next few days. In terms of the talks, we heard Vice President Vance over the weekend in an interview with Meet the Press, where he says, or he claims that the Russians have for the first time made concessions for the first time in 3.5 years, and that they are willing to be flexible on some of the core demands. He says that they've accepted that there's not going to be a puppet regime in Kyiv. He's also said that there is recognition now that Ukraine will have territorial integrity after this war ends. He did not specify, however, what the boundaries would look like in post-war Ukraine. Okay.
And certainly that is, and always has been, a huge question. What will those boundaries be? Danielle Manchin, thank you so much.
We thank you. Now, isn't it insightful when you listen to the Ukrainian war now to keep in mind about the banking industry and the problem with unwinding the debt that's accumulating because of the crisis in 2020 and the Lehman crash? Isn't it insightful to see this power dynamic that's going on, and how countries like the UK and France and Germany are having serious debt problems, and that their economy doesn't have any prospects of growth, substantial growth, to be able to dig out of their debt problem, and how this ties into future wars, how it ties into extending the war in Ukraine. So what I'm trying to demonstrate here is that in the mainstream media, it's always surface level. You got to scratch the surface. You got to get deeper into it, into the tissue. What's going on? What's the root cause? All right, let's go back to Bloomberg, because they stopped talking about the CDC, and so I don't have a worry about getting a strike from YouTube. But it's amazing. I live in a free country, yet YouTube doesn't allow me to speak.
Our FOMC meeting, while the broader case about the firing plays out in court. Of course, that issue here has to do with what we have been talking about, this issue of cause. The White House today, in a statement through the White House press secretary, says that the White House has found sufficient cause to fire Cook, and that this is well within President Trump's right, his domain, to do so. However, the idea of cause, it's not explicitly defined. This is outlined in Section 10 of the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 that says he has to prove this cause. But historically, it's been meant to mean malfeasance, neglect of ignoring duties while on the job. But at this point, these are just allegations. No formal charges have been brought. I was pretty struck during your conversation with White House Trade Advisor Peter Navarro yesterday, who gave us a little bit of insight into how the White House might be playing this down the road, saying that it doesn't matter, that these allegations have to do with her private conduct, nothing to do with her job at the Federal Reserve. Now, in that filing, we did hear from Cook's attorney, and we got perhaps an outline of some of the arguments to come. She didn't explicitly deny the allegations.
Let's switch to live now, because they have Al Sharpton talking about DEI. Al Sharpton speaks about DEI rollbacks. He wants to promote more DEI. Wonder why.
But we come back the children of our ancestors. We come back ready to vote, ready to spend our dollars. We're not slaves anymore. We're not going back on the slave market. Donald Trump, get ready for the fight of your life.
Oh, wait, Al Sharpton, you do realize that the Democratic Party is the party of slavery. You do know that. You do know that the KKK came from the Democratic Party. You do know that even in the Nixon administration, there was pressure from Texas to put to slow down the progression of civil liberties. So the southern states were still, even in Nixon's administration, which was a Republican, all right, we're trying to claw back some of that civil rights stuff. But most of those states were Democrats. And was even very prevalent under LBJ. But LBJ signed in the civil rights, but that was because of the whole fiasco with this little thing called assassination of JFK. But the point I'm making here is that blacks are on a urban plantation. The Democratic Party wants the blacks to vote in a block. Don't vote like a human being. Don't vote as an independent voter. Vote as a block because you're a black person in the urban environment. You vote Democrat because you're on the urban plantation. This guy's a bunch of bullshit, man.
You take the Dow Jones, we're going to factor in. We're going to take our dollars where we respect it, and we're going to close down where we reject it. If you don't want diversity, inclusion, in economic inclusion in our policy, then you don't need diversity in our consumer dollar. You don't need inclusion on our shopping list. We will shop with who does business with us. We will walk with who walks with us. We will stand with who stands with us. And we are not afraid of Trump. We've been beating giants since David. You just one more giant we got to face.
Let me get this straight. I'm real sure that King David was Jewish. And I'm real sure that King David was not a black man. And I'm real sure that King David knew a lot about the Old Testament. Let's listen more to Reverend Al Sharpton.
You're dealing with a new person, and we're not by ourselves. Because if you look all the blocks we filled, some of our white brothers and sisters was here. Some of our gay brothers and sisters was here. LGBTQ. Some from Palestine, some from Israel, some Jewish, some Gentile. We all coming together because we are not going to let you in this democracy and go into an autocracy.
Wait a minute. I thought it was diversity, equity, inclusion. But he's telling us that he's not going to let us in. Us. White folk. Us. Conservatives. That doesn't sound like DEI to me. It sounds like segregation by Al Sharpton. Let's continue.
Buffalo, New York in the house. New Jersey in the house. Washington, D.C. in the house. We're going all Detroit, Michigan in the house. We are all over the country, but all of us on Wall Street, because we wanted y'all to know the address. Because we coming back with an escalated movement. We will not get off Wall Street. You are the ones financing Trump. You better back him up, or we are going for.
Oh, Occupy Wall Street. Who is involved with that? George Soros. What did we hear in the news last night? George Soros is being investigated. And his son is getting investigated for funding riot groups in the United States. Oh, how's that? It's so interesting. Let's listen to Al Sharpton. The one that's still on the urban plantation. Vote Democrat.
Oh, yeah, here. Let's hear from Eric Adams. Oh, he's not here. Let's hear from Zoran Mandani.
Oh! Let me get this straight. A Fiasco on Wall Street by Al Sharpton. Introducing Mandami, the communist. There's your equity and inclusion. It's time to fight back, man.
Is the dream still alive? We know that dream lives on in every single person who is here today. It is a dream that we have heard time and again that it has to be deferred.
Urban plantation.
As we stand here by Wall Street, where last year they had more than $40 billion in bonuses, we ask ourselves, how is it that 1 in 4 New Yorkers are still living in poverty? We ask ourselves, how is it that we have still yet to answer the question that Dr. King posed all those decades ago? Because what he said then, and what we must answer now, is what good is it to have the right to sit at a lunch counter if you can't afford to buy a hamburger? Our freedom is only as good as our ability to exercise it. And I want to thank Reverend Sharpton. I want to thank the King family for continuing to show that.
All right, so we do see Caroline Levitt here walking up to the podium. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon. Good to see all of you. I want to begin.
Nice segue from live now, from rhetoric of the urban plantation going to the White House with a white female, blonde, that is religious.
Adults were also injured during this horrible tragedy. This was the first morning mass of the school year for these beautiful, innocent children, and this sacred religious service was desecrated by an evil monster. We are all eternally grateful to the heroic law enforcement officers and first responders whose courage and swift response aided all of those impacted by this horrible tragedy. As Director Kash Patel confirmed yesterday, the FBI is currently investigating this shooting as an act of domestic terrorism and a hate crime targeting Catholics. President Trump signed a proclamation yesterday following his call with the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, acknowledging the victims and their families and directing flags to be flown at half-mast. President Trump and the First Lady encouraged the entire nation to join all of us in praying for the victims and their families as they face unimaginable grief and loss. The White House and the FBI will continue to provide further updates as they become available. I also have a quick scheduling announcement for you today. The president will travel to New York City on.
All right, let's go back to Bloomberg here. Listen in. But I'll tell you, big problem with them Mondani bringing socialism to a capitalistic city like New York. But if you're a minority, you better vote Democrat, because that's what a Democrat does. You don't think, you just vote. You don't even read the bill, you just vote for it, according to Nancy Pelosi. Vote for Democrat.
Of the national sort of social fabric as a result of conflict in terms of interests between parts of the country. So we've been through a lot, but I think we've never had what the founders were, even after all the great work they did on the Constitution, still concerned about. And that was, they were very concerned about the one thing that could happen, and that's the man on the white horse, the person who is somehow able to pursue his own individual goals, to pursue his own power, to somehow appeal to enough people to get control of the country. That's what they were worried about. And we've never had that happen here before. And we're having it happen now. That's what this is. That's what this is. That is absolutely what this is. And all you gotta do is put together all the stories that you and all the other media report on to go back over 6 months.
There's enough people in Congress that are captured by the deep state and lobbying groups that if Trump egregiously did something that warranted a impeachment, even with controlling the House and the Senate for the Republican Party, he would get impeached. But nothing's there. So this is just barking up the wrong tree.
Your viewers. I think the viewers of Bloomberg are the kind of people who think seriously about stuff and thinking seriously about.
People that listen to Bloomberg do think seriously, but the problem is there's some groupthink at Bloomberg. There's a lot of orange man bad syndrome at Bloomberg. You know why? Because if you don't bring back the economic clustering, you keep it into China, you can still buy cheap spatulas at Walmart. And China can continue buying the debt that's being issued, and inflation will continue to go up, and the rich will continue to get richer. Because guess what? When the equities go up, they always go up faster than inflation. And most people that are rich have equities. Now you wonder why, after the crash, they always seem to be able to buy a home. They don't want Trump to be successful because he's moving the cheese. He's taking Wall Street's cheese away.
Many thanks for your insights. Joining us today on Bloomberg TV and radio. This is Bloomberg.
These guys are a bunch of, it's important to listen to so you know what you're up against, all right? You're up against people that have a lot of power, a lot of money, and a lot of education. Not the stupid people on CNN. The people you need to really worry about are the ones that are moving the financial markets. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the collagen. Why? Because you don't want to look like Aaron Brown on CNN, right? You notice that she's really aging? She's not taking my collagen. Maybe I should give her a free supply. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the collagen. It's going to help with your skin, help with your nails and your hair. It's going to help with your musculature. It'll help with your bone density, the health of your joints and your cartilage. Super important to take. It's a powder. It's a month's supply. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even just with milk. I take it with soft foods. But take it every day. And guess what? You're going to improve your health, especially if you're doing resistance training. Take Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost is 68 nutrients. It has a very comprehensive compound profile that you can read the label on the screen here or on my website. And it'll target multiple systems. It'll slow down the aging process. All right? The systems that it really focuses on is cardiovascular health, boosting up your brain function, boosting up musculature, revving up your metabolism, and boosting up your energy levels. It does other things too, but those are the main ones. And when you do this on a regular basis, you're actually going to improve your immune system. You're going to improve your endocrine system. You're going to notice that your body is functioning the way it should. So take it every day. It's a great way to get healthy. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Magical stuff, really powerful. And get the lignans and the ashwagandha root. Stack them together. Helps with the immune system and your cardiovascular system. Lignans, it's an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals. It brings down inflammation. That's important for your vascular system and your immune system and your joint health and your brain function. Because if you have a lot of inflammation at the cerebral level, guess what? Your neurons die. You don't want that. Trust me. My father died from ischemic dementia. It's a terrible way to die. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. ashwagandha.com. Get the lignans. Take it every day. Ashwagandha root controls cortisol levels and blood glucose levels. By doing that, you're bringing down inflammation. You're helping your vascular system and your immune system. Have you noticed a theme here? If you improve your immune system, you don't get sick. If you improve your immune system, you have less chances of the big C, all right? If you improve your immune system, your body has the means to repair itself. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And we are approaching the season, the fall season, the winter season. And people have a tendency to have sore throats. So you want to mitigate that irritation in your throat. And you got to mitigate it right away. So I have lozenges and drops, very high quality. You want to take them right away so the problem doesn't fester. The drops have 100 in each bag. They're smaller than the lozenges. You can get it in honey and lemon, cherry, and also blueberry. Get a few bags for your household, high quality. And I also have in stock the elderberry zinc. These are lozenges. You get 21 in each bag. Get a few bags for your household. Have some at work. Have some at home. Guess what? You're going to have some irritation in your throat in the fall, in the winter, and you want to mitigate it right away so it doesn't take longer for your body to heal, all right? You ever wonder when people get sick all the time that they look older? It's because it takes time to heal the tissues and your immune system's down. If your immune system is boosted, it's not remodeling tissue that's been damaged because of a minor infection, then it can focus on other things that are really important, like the big C. All right? All right, so with that, let's this is interesting. Let's listen back with the presser at the White House.
Any U.S. city. This is J.B. Pritzker's legacy, by the way. For 7 consecutive years, Chicago has had the highest murder rate among U.S. cities with more than 1 million people. In 2024, just last year, Chicago's murder rate per capita was 3 times higher than Los Angeles and nearly 5 times higher than New York City. That's more than double the murder rate in Islamabad and nearly 15 times more than Delhi. Out of Chicago's 147,899 reported crimes this year, that's how many crimes have been reported in Chicago since January 1st. There have only been arrests in 16% of them. These numbers are unacceptable. There have been more illegal guns recovered in Chicago than in New York City and Los Angeles combined. The number of reported motor vehicle thefts last year was more than double the number in 2021.
Another American shithole brought to you by the Democratic Party.
Governor Pritzker's legacy, he should put politics aside. He should pick up the phone and call this president, who would be more than happy to do right by law-abiding American residents in the city of Chicago, and we hope that he will. Okay, and thanks for being here, Brandon.
Thank you so much. First on the firing of the CDC director, first who will replace her, and then also overnight the White House said that she did not align with the president's agenda. Dr. Menard's attorney say that she refused to rubber stamp unscientific reckless directives and fired dedicated health experts. What specifically did she do?
Look, what I will say about this individual is that her lawyer's statement made it abundantly clear themselves that she was not aligned with the president's mission to make America healthy again. And the secretary asked her to resign. She said she would, and then she said she wouldn't. So the president fired her, which he has every right to do. It was President Trump who was overwhelmingly reelected on November 5th. This woman has never received a vote in her life, and the president has the authority to fire those who are not aligned with his mission. A new replacement will be announced by either the president or the secretary very soon. And the president and Secretary Kennedy are committed to restoring trust and transparency and credibility to the CDC by ensuring their leadership and their decisions are more public-facing, more accountable, strengthening our public health system, and restoring it to its core mission of protecting Americans from communicable diseases, investing in innovation to prevent, detect, and respond to future threats. That's the mission of the CDC, and we're going to make sure that folks that are in positions of leadership there are aligned with that mission.
Briefly on another topic, however, last week, a judge on an environmental concerns lawsuit said that the administration has 60 days to wind down operations there at state officials did. The administration has not been shy in fighting back against what it calls activist judges, but why is it backing down this time?
We're not backing down. We've always said that we are going to continue to fight in the court of law for what's right, because we know that what this administration is doing with respect to all policy, but also immigration policy, is above the books, and we're abiding by our nation's immigration laws. And we think it's despicable that an activist judge has inserted themselves in this migrant detention facility to the point where DHS is now having to relocate these illegal immigrants to other detention facilities around the country. That is an unnecessary burden on the Department of Homeland Security and these agents who should be removing these criminals from our community. That's what the American people elected this president to do. So we've always maintained, Gabe, we're going to comply with court orders, but we're also going to fight back on them on the merits of the law. And DHS is in compliance while we disagree with this decision, and we'll continue to fight it in court.
Let's go to, hey, go ahead, thanks so much. So just following up on the CDC hiring, are you anticipating other changes there at CDC in addition to that firing? And is the administration going through in a very sort of organized fashion? Is there a task force that's going through high-level appointees to see who is or isn't aligned with the mission to expect more changes?
Not to my knowledge. I understand there were a few other individuals who resigned after the firing of Ms. Monterez. One of those individuals wrote in his departure statement that he identifies pregnant women as pregnant people. So that's not someone who we want in this administration anyway. So if people are not aligned with the president's vision and the secretary's vision to make our country healthy again, then we will gladly show them the door. Can I just go to the back?
Thank you, Caroline.
Behind you, Andrew. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Caroline. The military deployment that President Trump has sent to the Caribbean Sea close to the shores with Venezuela is massive. It's much more that is needed to safely counter a cottage operation. Is President Trump considering launching military strikes to military installments or facilities in Venezuelan soil?
I won't get ahead of the president with respect to any military action or questions about that ever. But what I will tell you is that many Caribbean nations and many nations in the region have applauded the administration's counter-drug operations and efforts, and the president is prepared to use every element of American power to stop drugs from flooding into our country and to bring those responsible to justice. And as I've said from this podium before, the Maduro regime is not the legitimate government of Venezuela. It is a narco-terror cartel. Maduro is not a legitimate president. He is a fugitive head of this drug cartel. He has been indicted in the United States for trafficking drugs into our country, and it is the utmost responsibility of this president and this administration to prevent the illicit flow of drugs into our country and to protect citizens from those deadly poisons. Brighteon.
Thanks, John. I have two questions for you. Sure. Democrats, including former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki and Minneapolis Mayor Jane Frey, attacked prayer and pushed gun control in the aftermath of yesterday's shooting. What's the White House's response to their comments?
Yes, I saw the comments of my predecessor, Ms. Psaki, and frankly, I think they're incredibly insensitive and disrespectful to the tens of millions of Americans of faith across this country who believe in the power of prayer, who believe that prayer works, and who believe that in a time of...
I'm still waiting for Psaki to inform the public on all those times that she told them that she was going to circle back. She must be dizzy.
Americans of faith. And I would encourage Ms. Psaki to pray for these families themselves who need it right now more than ever.
It's really Minneapolis who glazed over the fact that the shooter was confused in their gender identity. Does the administration believe that this element needs to be investigated in the shooting?
All of the elements are being investigated in the shooting, absolutely. Which is why part of the reason the FBI director came out and immediately confirmed that facet of the investigation. John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Two questions on two separate issues. First of all, the drone and missile strikes that took place overnight in Ukraine. General Keith Kellogg, the president's special envoy, has described these attacks as egregious. Do you agree with that description, and do you view President Putin as an impediment to getting peace between these two countries?
Well, it's not about if I agree, it's about what the president thinks, and I know what the president thinks because I talked to him about this. He was not happy about this news, but he was also not surprised. These are two countries that have been at war for a very long time. Russia launched this attack on Kyiv, and likewise, Ukraine recently dealt a blow to Russia's oil refineries. They have taken out, as a matter of fact, 20% of Russia's oil refinery capacity over the course of their attacks throughout the month of August. So the president is continuing to watch this intently, and this killing, unfortunately, will continue as long as the war continues, which is why the president wants it to end. And that's why he's worked harder than anyone to end this war, which would have never started if he were president, but perhaps both sides of this war are not ready to end it themselves. The president wants it to end, but the leaders of these two countries need it to end and want it to end, must want it to end as well. And I think the president will make some additional statements on this later.
My second question has to do with, I just had one more, if I may. It has to do with the president's intention to remove Lisa Cook as a member of the Federal Reserve Board. He is going or acting upon allegations that have been made by Trump administration official Bill Pulte. These are just allegations. She hasn't been convicted yet of any crime. Is the administration opposed to allowing Ms. Cook to have due process to challenge what has been alleged against her?
I believe she is challenging it. I believe she just filed a lawsuit today, and Mr. Pulte has deferred those allegations over to the Department of Justice to investigate them. What I will say is that you had these mortgage receipts very clearly shown to the president, and he has the cause that he needs to fire this individual. He laid it out in a letter that he provided to her and to the public as well. And so we'll continue to fight this battle. Carrie.
Hi, Caroline. So the president just announced that he wants to have a convention for the midterms next year. The DNC has countered that they too want to have a convention for the midterms as well. What's the White House's response to that? And can you give us a little bit of a hint or a tease here as to how the president envisions convention?
Look, the president put out a statement on this earlier today. I'll let him speak further on the plans that he envisions, but I think he's very proud of the accomplishments and the achievements of his administration, as he should be. The most secure border in United States history, a crackdown on crime here in our nation's capital, an attack or a reversal of the attack on our energy industry from the previous administration. As I just pointed out to you, gas prices today, this Labor Day, are the lowest they've been since Labor Day in 2020. Our economy is bringing in trillions of dollars in revenue from all over the world again. So there's so much for Republicans and for the president and for Americans across the country to be proud of. And I think the president wants to see that celebrated. But for any further details on this as they come, we'll provide you with them. Iris.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions on the shooting. What's the administration's message to some concerned parents across the country who might be now worried about their kids' safety in light of the latest incident?
We completely and totally understand the concerns of parents across the country.
I swear, almost no matter what year, what president, when something like this happens, the same question is stated in the press pool, and it's answered basically the same way, and it's almost like a comic book. You don't even have to think about it. Of course it's a tragedy. Of course they should be worried. But the thing is that we have something called the Second Amendment. And there's also this issue that these kids today are on psychotropic drugs they shouldn't be on. The psychology departments and the psychiatric departments are over-medicating these kids. On top of exposure to chemicals that affect their endocrine system and their hormonal levels, and the pulse from social media, the pulse from mainstream media, the pulse with movies of gender dysphoria, and trying to normalize it. And all of a sudden you have kids, because of the stress of just being kids today, on top of all these other elements that I just mentioned, that leads to a catastrophe. So should the parents be worried? Yeah. And they need to mitigate the problem by staying away from these fucking psychiatrists. They need to mitigate the problem by detoxifying their environment. You got to mitigate the problem by reducing their exposure to these impulses from social media. It's not gun control. It's the issue. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the very high quality gels. These gels, you can get it in a tube form or a quick dispenser form, but they're dual purpose. You can use it as an aftershave. You can use it as a daily skincare. You can put it on a wound and it'll help to heal the wound. Cut, an abrasion, minor burn. They'll help to heal it quicker because it keeps it clean. If you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, at home or at work, put it on your hands. You can put it around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears. Lightly coat your nostrils. Stays active for 5.5 hours. You can't do that with Pharrell. And you can, again, use this as a daily skincare. So get some of this for your house, for your work. You never know when you need it. Because when you need it and you don't have it, it's too late. I also have structural nano silver toothpaste. This has no fluoride. They'll whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with the health of your gum line, and reduce inflammation at the gum line. Take it, use it every day. All right. This is a very high quality toothpaste. It's the best toothpaste that you're going to be getting. And by having good oral hygiene, you're helping reduce cardiovascular issues, and you're helping to reduce valvular issues. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the toothpaste that I have. This is structural nano silver toothpaste. All right, let's listen back to comic book press conferences.
Well, look, as you know, Brian, very well, because you cover it often, the Intel deal is still being ironed out by the Department of Commerce. The T's are still being crossed, the I's are still being dotted. Is very much still under discussion. But the president's thinking, I can share with you, is certainly to ensure that the United States government is making our country wealthy again and is benefiting from some of these deals. And it's a creative solution. I know it's outside the box thinking, which is uncommon in this city, but it's something that he proposed and something that the Secretary of Commerce is working on putting into action. Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. I have a couple of questions on the shooting yesterday. The first one, this is the second shooting involving a trans-identifying shooter who specifically targeted Christians and Catholic kids. What kind of consequences do gender-affirming therapists, doctors, or even the parents of these shooters face after these types of shootings?
Well,
they should be held responsible for their stupid actions.
Again, all of that is still currently being investigated by the FBI. I know the Secretary of Health and Human Services this morning said that HHS is investigating perhaps links.
Let me tell you a little piece of knowledge. All right, if you do autopsies and you look underneath the microscope, all right, or if you do stainings of any sort of brain tissue of a male and of a female, all right, you will notice that they're wired differently. On average, all right? Now, of course, there are outliers, but in the far majority of the cases, there's more communication from front to back and back to front in male brain tissue than female brain tissue. And from right to left and left to right, more connection, more conductivity in female brains. Now, why is this important? Evolution. All right? How did that happen? Males who had more muscle went out and hunted, and they had to have very strong visual acuity and very strong connection for eye and hand coordination for hunting. And that's the reason why the communication between the front and the back of the brain is more developed for a male than for a female. Now, why is it from right to left and left to right more important for a female? Because evolution. Why? Who reared the children? The female. So being able to communicate side to side with the brain, to be able to pay attention to taking care of the family. So now let's go into the world of 2025. And you have a bunch of liberal libtards trying to push gender dysphoria. And you have a male that's being primed to be in this gender dysphoria, and they think now that they're a female. Their brain's not wired to be a female. Their brain's wired to be a male. They even have the plumbing to be a male. They even have a karyotype to be a male. But the gender dysphoria onslaught is telling them, you must be a female. Their brain isn't wired to be a female. And so all of a sudden, taking all of these psychotropic drugs and hormonal therapies all screws everything up, especially while their brain is still developing. Because guess what? Your brain isn't developed when you get out of utero. Your brain's still developing as you get to about age 22 or 23. And this is the period of time where they want to pulse the body with these hormonal treatments. So as there's a miswiring of the brain and a miswiring of your endocrine system, don't be surprised that someone goes crazy. But the psychiatrists know better.
And our Secretary of Homeland Security, we've seen more than, I believe, 130,000 applicants to join ICE, which is just amazing. There's more applicants now than there are jobs to fill, and we're very grateful for that. Clearly, Americans want to serve their communities. They just need a leader who encourages them to do so. So maybe Governor Pritzker should spend less time demonizing the police, more time trying to recruit more police, and more time trying to call the President of the United States to get crime in his city under control. The President wants to allow law enforcement, whether it's state, local, federal, to do their jobs, to arrest criminals, to put them behind bars, and to remove public safety threats from American communities. He'll continue to do that. Thank you, guys.
So that's the very latest there of.
All righty. Well, that was an interesting press conference. Have you noticed that over time since October 7th, that almost everything that the liberal community, ultra-liberal community does eventually eats them their own tail? You notice that? They demonize Trump, and then all of this, about bringing in troops into DC, and then all of a sudden there's some sort of incident in a Democrat-run town. They feel that they can't eat the humble pie, right? And so they're afraid to call the president for help. Because that would mean that he's right. That the Democrats ran America into the ground. Remember I have this phrase? Liberals look down, while conservatives look up. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the heirloom barley, and don't be a crazy liberal. Heirloom barley is a high-density protein, all right? It's going to help you to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. By soaking up free radicals, you're aging slower. By bringing down inflammation, you're aging slower. By detoxifying your body, you're aging slower. Please go to my store and get this very high-quality supplement. And guess what? This barley you can't get at Whole Foods. Gladiator barley. You get all the benefits of heirloom barley and gladiator barley, but you get one extra one. It helps you to strengthen muscle, build muscle. The high density protein but you also detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals. Do resistance training, take gladiator barley. You can stack it with Boomer Boost. You can stack it with Myotrol. You can stack it with a lot of things that I have on my store, but it works really well with Boomer Boost and Myotrol. Do that resistance training and get healthy. And by doing that, you're going to be able to control your A1C levels. You're going to have more muscle. By having more muscle, you're producing denser bone. You're going to be healthier in your geriatric years. If you look at someone that is atrophied in their 40s, you think that they're going to do well when they're 70? Probably not. Now, if you notice, there's this push in society of having males, having a thinner build. You notice that? All right. There is data that's coming out that suggests that muscle in your legs is a determining factor for longevity, especially for males. So if you have lost muscle mass in your legs, you are increasing your chances of problems in your geriatric years. So it behooves you to move around, build muscle, get into sports. Don't be afraid. Don't be one of these wine and cheese Democrats. These wine and cheese metrosexual Democrats. All right? What you want to be, if you're a male, be masculine. Don't be afraid. If you're a female, don't be afraid of being a female. See, society has turned people to think that that you should be afraid of standing out from the crowd, right? They want you to be cookie cuttered. And they want everyone to go, everything is DEI, even though they say diversity is so important, they want everyone to think the same. No, stop thinking the same. Go in the different direction. This pendulum of conservatism is happening in the United States. So better be prepared. And there's ways to improve and undo some of this bullshit stuff that has been happening in our society. The people, you look at even people on Bloomberg, for example, all right? So you have this guy that does balance of power, all right? He's overweight, probably has low T. I don't know, I haven't done his blood work, but he probably has low T, low testosterone, just by looking at his BMI, right? Doesn't look fit. Why? Why? But he always talks bad about Trump. Always talks bad about Trump. Start taking charge of your own health. Do things that will help your brain and help with your body, the health of your body, and even your soul. If you're healthier, you have some sort of spirituality in your life, or some sort of mental fitness of your life, you're gonna do better. And you'll be able to look at life like I'm looking and go, you know what? This person is bullshit. Now why? You don't want to just say they're bullshit. You gotta have a reason. There's some ways of saying that they're bullshit. Sometimes it's a little bit more polished. Yes, I think that what you're saying is just a canard. Or you can talk like someone from Detroit. It's up to you. But you gotta have a reason why they're bullshit. So you get educated. And when you get educated, then you can push back. Just pushing back for no reason doesn't help the cause. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the dual purpose deodorants. You use them as a deodorant. They're for males or females. That's karyotype XY and karyotype XX. And you can also use it as a way to detoxify your body. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas. It's extremely high quality ingredients in this. That's why they're a little expensive. They're very high quality. So you can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. And you can get it in citrus. It's for males and females. Has no aluminum, no baking soda. It helps to detoxify your body. And when you detoxify your body, these different ways, like taking the heirloom barley or the gladiator barley, taking the zeolite, right? Taking the deodorants or even the Goodnight formula, because that helps to detoxify your central nervous system. By detoxifying your body, your endocrine system is better, your immune system is better. And that means that your body is getting into homeostasis. So it's super important. Be healthy. Don't fall into the trap. You don't want to get into your geriatric years and go, oh, you know, if I only did this or if I only did that, what if? Meanwhile, you keep on shoveling money towards big pharma because you're paying for the statins, you're paying for the beta blockers, you gotta, you know, pay for metformin, and you gotta, you know, and blah, 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 blah. Right? You want that? Or you want to have vitality? I'm giving you the solution to the big problem. All right, let's go to balance of power.
His high tariffs cost us jobs and factories and income and higher wages. And then the taxpayers lose because we got to fund Modi's war.
What's your thought on this? And what does it mean for India's relationship with China?
Well, I think it is indisputable that the Trump administration's retaliatory tariffs on India are, encouraging the Indian government to consider some sort of détente, more significant détente with Beijing. The foreign minister was in India last week, early in the week, for talks that were billed as being about the border dispute that's been ongoing for a long time. But clearly the talks were covering other things based on statements from the ambassador to India, who basically asserted that the U.S. was bullying India by putting these tariffs on Russian oil. India and China have a lot of differences that won't be easy to smooth out, but they have some significant common ground when it comes to their desire and need to continue buying Russian oil. And China definitely sees India as a country they want to stay in that game so that it protects the flow of Russian oil. It ensures that Russian oil continues to flow out of Russia.
There's Bloomberg reporting that Beijing, in fact, began a quiet outreach to India back in March when the president started beating the drum on tariffs. President Xi Jinping wrote a letter to India to test the waters on improving ties. We've got a little more than a minute. Anna Ashton, what will that letter lead to?
Well, I think that the effort at détente from the Beijing side actually started even earlier, though definitely a letter from Xi Jinping to Modi is an inflection point that can't be ignored. At the end of the month, Modi is traveling to China for the first time since 2018 in order to participate in the Shanghai Cooperation Organization's meeting of heads of state. I think that speaks volumes about the prospects for a warming trend in response to the U.S. moves.
A warming trend, says Anna Ashton. Ashton Analytics, former China analyst with the Department of Defense. Anna, thank you, as always, for the insights and helping us better understand what's going on. We're going to continue this conversation, by the way, on the late edition of Balance of Power with another voice of experience. Ambassador Nick Burns is going to be with us, the former U.S. ambassador to China, to try to get a better sense of what these talks could lead to, what the tariffs against India could bring about with regard to U.S.-China relations. So we'll meet you back here at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Big thanks to our panel and all of our guests today, including Donald Eyre, for quite a conversation this hour. We have a lot more to cover here. We'll keep tabs on the rest of the White House press briefing. Caroline Levitt is talking to reporters as we speak, and we'll have much more straight ahead here. Bloomberg Business Week Daily is on the way, only on Bloomberg.
negotiations. My guess is that we will meet again. I'll meet again with my Chinese counterpart, the vice premier, at the end of October, beginning of November. We've been on a 120-day roll process as we negotiate with the Chinese. As I've said before, it's a very complicated relationship. That we have our largest military rival is also the second largest economy in the world. It's also the largest U.S. deficit. So we are moving very deliberately on this. Both sides have approached it with a great respect. And I think that each meeting, we met in Geneva, we met in London, we met in Stockholm. And I think each meeting, we are moving the ball forward toward a
Paramount Plus is available on YouTube. Enjoy the Dexter universe.
forward toward a more permanent relationship.
Is there any effort on the horizon or in the talks expected about removing those Chinese companies that trade on our exchanges to pressure the Chinese to stop supporting our adversaries like Russia and to start being a good actor on the global stage with Secretary? That would be an economic lever you can pull.
Yeah, that hasn't been on the table yet. There have been other things. We have quite high tariffs on China. The Chinese are purchasing substantial amounts of Russian crude, but they also purchased substantial amounts before the Russian invasion. So everything's on the table, Maria. And the good thing here is President Trump has a very good relationship with Party Chair Xi. So when you have the leaders at the highest level in communication, it makes the job much easier.
Yeah, great point. Mr. Secretary, I want to ask you about the Fed, President Trump firing Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook over the alleged mortgage fraud. The president says he wants to move quickly on announcing her potential replacement, hinting that he's already had somebody in mind. But Cook is refusing to resign. She's already planning a lawsuit, and as you know, her lawyer is the lawyer of Hunter Biden, Abby Lowell. But we know that President Trump now has a path to reshape the FOMC after this firing as Fed governor. Where does this go next? Is this going to be held up in the court, do you think?
Well, a couple of things here, Maria. There are two kinds of people. There are people who think that President Trump is putting undue pressure on the Fed, and there are people like President Trump and myself who think that if a Fed official committed mortgage fraud, that this should be examined, and that they shouldn't be serving as one of the nation's leading financial regulators. And what we haven't heard from Ms. Cook is we haven't heard her say, I didn't do it. We haven't heard her say, I didn't do it. She just keeps saying the president can't remove her. The other thing, too, that I have called...
And you know why she doesn't say that she didn't do it? Because there's evidence that shows that she did do it. Called a mortgage application. Now, let's think about this for a sec. You have a non-economist, but pushing DEI initiatives within the Board of Governors, female, black, doing mortgage fraud, pushing DEI. You think she's going to step down? Or you think she's going to roll the dice? She's got nothing to lose because she has no ethics. There's a lot of similarities between Claudine Gay and her. A lot. There's a lot of similarities between her and Loretta James.
In the recent past, for an internal review of all the Fed's operations, and I've encouraged Chair Powell to do this on an internal basis before there is an external review. And
think about that. This person, Lisa Cook, all right, did mortgage fraud. All right, and she's running as one of the seats on the Board of Governors for the Federal Reserve, one of the most powerful institutions that this country has. and she's a DEI with no substantial research in economics. I'm telling you, this affirmative action that turned into DEI has metastasized across the country and has infiltrated our institutions, governmental institutions, our educational institutions, our corporate institutions. Are we going to push back? Is it time to push back? Is it time to say it is not right to do this? Is it not time to say you don't have the moral fiber to have that position? It's time. It's time. People need to push back. Now, there was this discussion on one of the podcasts for our, I think his name's Lawrence Strauss. He's a physicist from Stanford. And he wrote a book called The War on Science. All right. And he's interviewing individuals that contributed to the book. My understanding is that for each chapter, there's a different scientist talking about the issues that they were seeing within their discipline. One of the chapters, or the intro, was written by Niall Ferguson. Now, Niall Ferguson's my favorite historian. My second favorite is Ron Chernow. And they were talking about the war on science and what Niall saw at Harvard in terms of this apathy of the faculty in pushing back on this ultra-liberalism, even if they may have been a liberal faculty member. The conservatives and the middle of the road or left-leaning just let the ultra-liberal stuff happen. So they were discussing that people need to wake up in these institutions and push back. But we need to take a lesson learned from that at the greater societal level and say, it is not okay for this. It is not okay for DEI. It is not okay for people to take advantage of the system. It is not okay for you to change words and their meaning. It's just not okay. So if someone says birthing person, I don't even know. I went to medical school. I don't know what birthing person means. I don't understand that scientific terminology. It's not okay. It's not okay for me to have to accept that you think you're a goat. It's not okay. We have to start pushing back. Because if we don't, they'll just keep on taking yardage on the field.
So this is the kind of thing that needs to be addressed, because the Fed is an unaccountable institution, and its relationship with the American people depends on a high level of trust. And incidents like this puncture that trust. So President Trump is trying to make sure that anyone who serves at this institution has the trust of the American people.
And of course, this firing.
This is you trying to book a trip on your business travel platform. And this is me using Avant. This is you wondering why your company uses a platform that looks like it's from the 90s.
And of course, this firing gives the president potentially a path to obtain a majority of support on the Federal Reserve. And is that the goal here? Are you expecting Nikki Bowman and Christopher Waller to go along with the agenda if, in fact, you are moving toward a majority of support within the Fed?
Well, again, Maria, all the Fed governors are independent. Governor Bowman, Governor Waller, we don't send them over a note and say vote this way.
Right.
These are distinguished individuals with long careers, and they may have a more open mind in terms of monetary policy, the economy. Governor Waller was out in the wilderness a couple months ago when he was talking about the need to lower rates when the rest of the Fed board was pretty intractable. And when you say a majority, Maria, that's just on the board in D.C.
That's right.
There's also the regional governors who also vote. So it's a complicated institution. Since 2008, the Fed has, I think, strayed from its core mission on monetary policy.
Yeah.
I've said many times that the straying from this core mission threatens the monetary policy independence, and I think the Fed needs to get back to its core mission.
Yeah, well, look, I made the point to Christine Lagarde last week. Jay Powell may very well have already violated this quote-unquote independence at the Federal Reserve when he first took office, immediately putting new climate change rules in place at the Fed. At first they said, oh, you got the mandate is employment and inflation, and yet here we are with climate change rules and DEI rules that everybody is supposed to follow, not to mention cutting interest rates by 50 basis points right before a presidential election, and then after the election say, well, never mind, I'm not going to cut rates because I'm focused on inflation.
Well, again, I think it speaks to a groupthink that comes onto the board and a lack of openness, because I've spoken many times about, Alan Greenspan in the 90s was a visionary, and he could see what the productivity boom from the internet, from the adoption of office automation was doing. And there was this incredible productivity boom, and he knew what was coming because he was looking forward, not the rearview mirror.
Yeah.
And I think there's a very good chance with this AI boom that we're seeing, we're going to see the productivity kick in as soon as the first quarter of next year. So I think everyone who's setting policy at the Fed, whether it's the board, the regional bank presidents, the staff, should have a bit of an open mind here.
Well, that's a great point, given the AI situation today and how it will change everything, growth numbers across the board and certainly business in general. Real quick before you go, Mr. Secretary, when shall we expect President Trump's announcement for his nomination for the chairman of the Federal Reserve once Jay Powell's term is up?
We're moving. There are 11 very strong candidates. President Trump knows some of them he doesn't. I'm going to begin talking to them after Labor Day, and there'll be some other folks around the White House who will also interview them. And we will present 3 or 4 candidates to the president. And like I said, he has a very open mind and very sophisticated on monetary policy, which I think drives some people at the Fed crazy, that they can't just dictate, okay, sir, here's the way it is. He has his own views. He's going to make those known. And I think that he has great reverence for the Fed as an institution, and I think he believes that it's lost its way, and the new chair will be someone who is expert on monetary policy, regulatory policy, and knows how to run a sprawling institution, which the Fed is.
Sounds like we'll know who that is perhaps in the fall.
Surely.
All right. Secretary, great to see you this morning. Thanks so much for your leadership. What an incredible term.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the nattokinase. Nattokinase is fibrinolytic. It's going to break up clots and help your lipid profile. It's a great way to get healthy. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the nattokinase. And also, stack vitamin D3 and K2 together. It's dual purpose. It's going to help build bone density and help with your cardiovascular health. Make sure you do resistance training and take in calcium to help build that bone density. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin D3 and the K2 and K7 supplement. stack them together, and do that resistance training. If you have better bone density, you're reducing the chances of having hip problems and femur, neck issues, because you don't want to fall. Because these geriatric patients that fall and they break their hip, guess what? 90% of the time, 2 to 3 weeks later, they're dead. I mean, that's one of the fastest ways to die, you know, in terms of geriatrics, right? They have brittle bones, they fall, they break their hip, they can't move around, and 3 weeks later they're dead. All right, you don't want that. Do some resistance training, build better bone density, and the earlier you do it, the better you are. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Thank you for listening. That's the end of my broadcast. I greatly appreciate for the ones that have been listening on and watching on Rumble, YouTube, and X Spaces. Have a nice day.